The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., January 10th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Marcus J. Molinaro to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2024, the Chair will now recognize members from the list submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the late Melvin Daniel, who will be posthumously inducted into the Arkansas Agricultural Hall of Fame in March. A Bismarck native, Melvin spent 37 years as an agriculture education teacher and FFA advisor for the Glenwood, Lake Hamilton, and Foreman school districts, including 33 years at Lake Hamilton, where he advised the school's first FFA state officer, first American degree recipient, and trained 33 state-winning FFA judging teams. Melvin was a dedicated agriculturalist, known not only for his dedication to agricultural education and FFA, but also for his passion for raising Black Angus and Limousin cattle and for his time spent as director of the Master Gardeners Program with the Garland County Cooperative Extension Service. Although I never had Mr. Daniel as my ag teacher, he taught at a neighboring high school. And I spent much time with him and his students at fairs, conventions, and contests. Mr. Daniel had a desire to see all students succeed, whether they were his students or not. I was one of those who benefited from knowing him. I'm honored to stand today and recognize my friend, Mr. Melvin Daniel, for his lifelong commitment to agriculture. His induction to the Arkansas Agricultural Hall of Fame is well deserved, and I know his family and the community are still inspired by his service. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to extend my condolences to the friends and loved ones of the Bragg family from Monticello. While visiting family in Michigan over the holiday, Hope and Don Bragg, their son Kenny, and their daughter Elizabeth lost their lives in a house explosion. Their son Stephen and Hope's father Richard Pruden made it out but are still in recovery. Hope was a dedicated Arkansas 4-H instructor, and Don was a renowned scientist who conducted critical research at the University of Arkansas at Monticello that will forever impact forestry in Arkansas and nationwide. In fact, much of the research that Don conducted has impacted the work that I've done throughout my career as both a forester and a member of Congress. I am thankful for both Hope and Don's contributions to the agricultural and forestry sectors, but furthermore, I am thankful for their generous contributions to their communities. I was devastated to learn about this tragedy, as I know many were. Hope and Don's absence will be greatly felt and impact many in Drew County and across the country, but they leave behind a lasting legacy of love for science and public service. My prayers go out to Stephen and Mr. Pruden as they recover from this disaster, and the Bragg's friends and family as they navigate this devastating loss. Mr. Speaker, I also rise today to recognize Tom Nichols for his distinguished career in broadcast radio. For over 65 years, Tom Nichols has been in the radio business in Arkansas. Since 1958, when he got his start with the Hot Springs DJs, Tom has impacted the natural state's radio industry beyond measure. After years of managing KZNG in Hot Springs, Tom and his wife Polly became trailblazers in Arkansas radio when they started the first ever radio station in Pike County in Glenwood. What began as a small AM radio station became the spot for Arkansans in Pike County to receive breaking news and daily entertainment on AM and FM frequencies. As KWXI grew in Glenwood, Tom and Polly saw a need for quality radio in Hot Springs Village, and thus they started KVRE, where they still are today. The KVR call letters mean Village Radio Entertainment, which is exactly what they are all about. One of Arkansas's last family-owned and operated stations, KVRE is known for being personable and making its listeners feel like friends and family. As someone who has joined Tom on KVRE for several interviews, I can attest to the familiar and personal environment he and his family have curated in Hot Springs Village. Tom has not only been able to capture and maintain the nostalgia of hometown radio with local personalities and local news, but he's adapted with the times. You can not only listen at 92.9 locally, but you can also listen worldwide at kvre.com. It's with great honor that I rise today to recognize Tom Nichols and his 65 years of service in radio broadcasting. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a true champion for community empowerment and civil rights in the San Fernando Valley and beyond, the incomparable Jose de Sosa. Jose de Sosa dedicated over 6 decades of his life to tirelessly advocating for justice, equality, and the well-being of our community. His passing leaves a void that will be felt by all those lives he touched. Born in Panama City, Panama, Jose later migrated to New York City, where he enlisted in the United States Air Force and served our country for over 10 years. That service was one of the many milestones he accomplished throughout his life. Jose met his beautiful wife, Juanita, in 1959. They got married and moved to Pacoima, where they raised 7 outstanding children. In his life's works, he demonstrated his commitment to justice and equity over the course of his 36 years working for Pacific Telephone Company and later became AT&T. In fact, he was a leader in pushing the Pacific Telephone Company to recruit from the Los Angeles Unified School District's skill centers, improving economic opportunity for Black and brown students and enabling hundreds of people to secure work and provide for their families in those good-paying jobs. But Jose's biggest impact on the San Fernando Valley was through his positions with the NAACP, where he served as president of the local chapter and his various roles as a board member in regional and state-level organizations. He was the first Afro-Latino to be elected president of the local and statewide NAACP, and he used his Black and Latino heritage to build working relationships between both communities and beyond. In challenging times during the 1980s, when Pacoima grappled with issues of police brutality from the Los Angeles Police Department, Jose de Sosa emerged as a fearless leader. His unwavering commitment to justice was instrumental in banning the use of the carotid chokehold by the LAPD, a pivotal step towards safeguarding the rights, safety, and dignity of all individuals. He worked with many of my colleagues, such as the legendary Congresswoman Maxine Waters and also Congresswoman Diane Watson, to hold LAPD accountable. It is these examples of his incredible leadership that makes Jose de Sosa's impact felt both locally and nationally. This advocacy on behalf of the safety of his community even led to a landmark Supreme Court decision sharply limiting the use of battering rams by law enforcement. His dedication to protecting the civil rights of all people reverberated throughout our community and set a precedent for justice. Even in his later years, Mr. de Sosa continued to serve his community with passion and vigor. He remained accessible and responsive to our community, making phone calls and sending emails whenever his assistance was needed to help a good cause. These efforts included actively informing people about programs to save money through solar energy, demonstrating his commitment to both the environment and sustainability and economic empowerment for all communities. He also continued to serve on various boards such as the Valley Interfaith Council, Alicia Broaddus Duncan Senior Center, San Fernando Valley Boys and Girls Club, Greater San Fernando Valley Optimist Club, and Neighborhood Legal Services of Los Angeles County. In fact, the Neighborhood Legal Services Community Room in Pacoima is named in his honor. Mr. de Sosa's legacy is one of resilience, determination, and selflessness, and service to all. His life's work has left an indelible mark on the landscape of civil rights and the community and advocacy overall. As we reflect on his contributions, let us remember Mr. de Sosa as an inspiration to us all, a true force for positive change. May his memory be guiding light for the future generations as we strive to continue the fight for justice and equality for all. Our thoughts and prayers go out to his family, friends, and all those who were fortunate enough to know this remarkable individual. I had the honor of recognizing Mr. DeSouza last year right here on the United States Representatives floor to recognize Black History Month as one of our leaders in Pacoima and the San Fernando Valley. A few years later, we honored him in the community as the San Fernando Valley Boys and Girls Club. We shared stories and laughed and even cried together. Mr. DeSouza was married to his wife and partner for 61 years, Juanita, and she had passed recently. They were world travelers, and they instilled that in their children and their descendants. He leaves grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren, numerous nieces and nephews and friends and acquaintances. We all miss him. May his legacy endure and inspire us to build a more just and compassionate society for everyone. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Malliotakis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to highlight how President Biden's open border policies and Senator Schumer's inaction, refusal to pass our Border Security Act is resulting in everyday Americans dying. In 2023, the overdose death rate topped 112,000 individuals, setting a new record. Fentanyl is still the #1 killer of Americans ages 18 to 45. 70 to 80% of all fentanyl in the U.S. comes from the southern border. That's not just me saying it. That's what the Drug Enforcement Administration is saying. Drug cartels are making $32 million a week, smuggling individuals into our country. Yes, every asylum seeker, migrant, illegal immigrant, whatever you want to call them, coming through our southern border is paying the drug cartels, who in turn then use that money to continue to poison our children by selling drugs. The DEA, well, first let me say the DEA seized 384 million doses of fentanyl. That's enough to kill every single American. The DEA stated that in December of 2022, the most of the fentanyl being trafficked were from 2 cartels, and it's being mass-produced at secret factories in Mexico, with chemicals being sourced largely from China. And in May of last year, the DEA conducted an operation that resulted in over 3,000 arrests, the seizure of almost 44 million fentanyl pills, more than 6,500 pounds of fentanyl powder, more than 81,000 pounds of methamphetamine, 8,400 firearms, and more than $100 million. And yes, the DEA is doing a great job, but look at the pressure we are putting on this agency simply because the president insists on having an open border and Senator Schumer refuses to do his job. We passed legislation here to add fentanyl to Schedule I, all the analogs, and he refuses to do it over there. We passed the Border Security Act in May. He's been sitting on it since then. We took action to halt and sanction Chinese entities that are manufacturing and producing this fentanyl, and yet, again, the Senate refuses to take action. According to the DEA, Mexican criminal organizations are now the most prominent wholesale-level heroin traffickers in Chicago, Philadelphia, New Jersey, Washington, and they have a great presence in my city of New York. Let's talk about New York City. Well, last year we saw more than 3,000 people die from drug overdoses in New York City, 80% of which were tied to fentanyl. And that number has doubled since the New York Democrats in the legislature passed the 2020 bail law, allowing traffickers and dealers to be released automatically back onto our streets. Look at these headlines. Suspects accused of running $7 million fentanyl released without bail. New York's lax bail law lets lethal fentanyl peddlers off scot-free. New York bail law required most of 30 drug dealers busted in Long Island for peddling tranq, cocaine, and fentanyl to be automatically released. Mexican cartel smugglers nabbed with $1.2 million worth in meth in New York City released thanks to lax bail law. New York man busted with 20K fentanyl pills released without bail. 6 people busted as part of 7 million drug trafficking ring in Bronx released without bail under New York's state law that Kathy Hochul, the Democrats, refused to fix. So, the federal policies of the Democrats, coupled with the policies of my state government, have been a complete failure and disaster, and Americans are dying as a result. So once again, I urge my governor and the state legislature to do their job, and I urge our colleagues on the other side in the Senate to do their job. We took action here in the House. Again, we passed multiple pieces of legislation, most predominantly the Border Security Act. I expect Chuck Schumer to care about what's happening in his own state of New York and do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. DeGette, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year set the record for the highest number of mass murders with a firearm in more than a decade. In fact, 2023 marked yet another year where there were more mass shootings than days in the year. More mass shootings than days in a year. These events continue to re-traumatize our communities and our nation because no community has been untouched by this deadly epidemic. One common denominator in these mass murders is the use of large-capacity ammunition feeding devices, or high-capacity magazines. These magazines hold 30, 40, or even 100 rounds of ammunition, and they've been used in all 10 of our nation's deadliest mass shootings. High-capacity magazines increase a shooter's ability to kill or injure large amounts of people quickly. One event that I still remember starkly is the shooting in Aurora, Colorado at the movie theater, which is just a few miles from my home. One single perpetrator used an assault rifle and a 100-round magazine to fire 65 shots within just minutes, killing 12 people and injuring 70 others. Despite the fact that many members of the audience for that movie were either active duty military or veterans who were trained to respond to a situation just like this, they were unable to respond because the volley of bullets was simply too extreme. The high-capacity magazine allowed that shooter to continue firing, pinning people down as shot after shot rang out. There are so many more examples of this terrible, terrible destruction. Columbine, also right outside my district. Dayton, Las Vegas, Parkland. No other developed country experiences this level of violence from firearms. Now, I recognize there's not one single piece of legislation that will completely end gun violence, but something must be done. In mass shootings with 4 or more people killed between 2015 and 2022, high-capacity magazines led to more than twice as many people being killed and nearly 10 times as many people being wounded per incident on average. And it makes sense if you think about it, because if you have just a few rounds of ammunition, then those highly trained soldiers and veterans in that movie theater audience would have been able to stop the shooter, tackle him, and disable him after he stopped shooting. But instead, when you can shoot up to 100 rounds in rapid fire, this is not possible. High-capacity magazines, they were designed for war. They weren't designed for hunting. They weren't designed for self-defense. But yet, they continue to be used against our fellow citizens in our hometowns and communities. So experts agree, reinstating the limit on high-capacity magazines would be an effective step in protecting our communities. Today, Representatives Titus and Schneider, along with the Gun Violence Prevention Task Force and I, are announcing that we're filing a discharge petition to bring the Keep Americans Safe Act up for a vote so we can reinstate the U.S. ban on high-capacity magazines. My bill would prohibit the sale or transfer of any high-capacity magazine capable of holding more than 15 rounds of ammunition. This is legislation that's been passed by this chamber 2 times last year, 2 years ago, as part of the assault weapons ban and the Protecting Our Kids Act. It is our obligation as members of Congress to keep the American people safe and to protect our communities. Now's the time to reinstate the limit on high-capacity magazines. The petition will now be filed at the desk, and I urge all of my colleagues to sign it. It will take 218 signatures to bring this bill to the floor and to move us one step closer to eradicating the terrible, terrible ravages of gun violence for the American people. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, President Biden marked the 3rd anniversary of the January 6th Capitol riot by calling it a, quote, day that we nearly lost America, and he asked, is democracy still America's sacred cause? Well, that is an important question, and what happened on January 6th was a national disgrace. A riotous mob disrupted the Congress and its constitutional responsibility to observe the counting of the votes of the Electoral College. But to conclude that we nearly lost America to a lunatic wearing buffalo horns that day is hysterical hyperbole, to say the least. True insurrections are made of sterner stuff. When the last of these yahoos was kicked out of this building a few hours later, Congress calmly completed the electoral count and affirmed Joe Biden's election. Nevertheless, Mr. Biden is correct to raise concerns about the growing threats to our democracy. And he's right that democracy depends on the loser of an election accepting its outcome as the legitimate will of the majority. Many Democrats refused to do that in 2016, and many Republicans in 2020. But why do so many voters no longer trust the integrity of our elections? Could it be that so many of the safeguards that assure a fair election and an accurate count have been stripped away? For hundreds of years, we all looked our neighbors in the eye as they handed us our ballot. We all cast our votes in a curtain booth where no one could influence us, and we all watched our ballot placed in a locked container. At 8 p.m., we knew exactly how many votes had been cast, and a few hours later, we knew the outcome of all the elections. We all had our say during the campaign, and we waited until the debate was over to make our decision on election day. It was very hard to cheat, and everyone could trust that process. But all that has changed. In recent years, the leftist Democrats have rigged election laws to extend voting over an entire month, accept ballots after Election Day, harvest ballots by political operatives, use mail-in ballots where there's no chain of custody, prevent observers from unobstructed views of ballot counting, and suppress debate and hide critical information from voters. Freedom of speech is the beating heart of democracy, yet the left-leaning bureaucracies, including increasingly independent of the will of the voters, actively colluded to influence elections by intimidating political opponents, starting with the Tea Party. They've promoted utterly false narratives, most notably the Russian collusion hoax. Courts have recently found the government guilty of violating the First Amendment by actively pressuring social media platforms to censor the very political dialogue that is central to the functioning of a democracy. The president even attempted to establish a disinformation czar to decide what information could reach voters. Our fundamental democratic institutions are also under growing attack. The left has been very clear that it intends to pack the Supreme Court by creating new seats for leftist appointments and to pack the Senate by creating overwhelmingly Democratic states like Washington, D.C. Less than 2 years ago, leftist mobs descended on the homes of Supreme Court justices in an illegal attempt to pressure and intimidate them. Yet Mr. Biden's Department of Justice refused to enforce the law that protects jurists from such bullying. The President has opened our borders and produced an illegal mass migration unprecedented in our history, while his party has pushed to permit foreign nationals to vote in our elections, making a mockery of Americans' right to self-determination. How does Mr. Biden explain the unprecedented acts of his agents seeking to ban from the ballot candidates who directly challenge his candidacy? And it's not just the brazen and unconstitutional attempt to keep his leading Republican challenger from the ballot. The agents of his party have been aggressively working to ban Democratic primary challengers as well, from seizing from Democratic voters in Iowa the right to have any meaningful say in next week's election for fear they would not vote for him in sufficient numbers. Mr. Speaker, our democracy is indeed under attack from the lunatic fringe on both extremes. But when we ask which presents a clear and present danger to our democracy, I would respectfully but earnestly suggest the President remove the log from his own eye before he criticizes the speck in his neighbor's. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Beyer, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I rise this morning to honor the extraordinary career of Ken Smith, at one time from Delaware, then Virginia, and now makes his home in Florida. A long time ago in the faraway land of Delaware, Ken was a young policy assistant to Governor Pete DuPont after serving as a staff aide during the Nixon administration. His career in education had started in 1973 when President Nixon appointed him vice chairman of the National Advisory Council on the Education of Disadvantaged Children. Governor DuPont and Ken made the startling discovery that there was enormous economic, social, and cultural potential residing in adults who had dropped out of high school, but it was never realized because of their educational and career blockages. These were smart kids, but kids who, for whatever reason, had to quit school and go to work. With the governor's blessing and leadership, Ken created Jobs for Delaware Graduates, a model program for intervening with the young women and men most likely to drop out, and to save them, and not just to get them to graduation, but to land them in a good job or at least post-secondary education. Jobs for Delaware Graduates worked so well, Governor DuPont shared his success with Republican and Democratic governors across the country, and many created their own program. Vice President Walter Mondale was so impressed, he asked them to replicate it across the country. But they needed a national leader, and Ken Smith was chosen to be the first, and for more than 40 years, the only CEO and president of Jobs for America's Graduates. Jobs for America's Graduates launched in 4 states, including Virginia, and was bipartisan from the very start. Ken wisely cultivated governors from both parties and governor after governor to grow the programs in their states, knowing that this was the most secure path to sustained economic growth and to overcoming the poverty that cursed our least educated. Today, Jobs for Virginia America's Graduates is helping 75,000 young people per year in over 1,450 high schools and middle schools and out-of-school programs in more than 40 states. I had the great privilege of chairing Jobs for Virginia Graduates for 14 years, always bipartisan. It's now led by the Honorable Eileen Fillercorn, the first woman speaker in Virginia House. JVG is serving kids with barriers to success in over 50 Virginia high schools today. Ken Smith wisely created a national board to oversee the growth of this most successful high school dropout prevention program. The board chair is always a governor, and it alternates between Democratic and Republican every year. We are honored to have Governor Kim Reynolds of Iowa chair the board this year, who succeeded Governor John Bel Edwards last year. And a fun fact is the Jobs for America Graduates Board has more governors than any other board, including the National Governors Association. Ken's leadership and advocacy over 40 years has inspired many highlights, from Governor George Bush installing the program in every high school in El Paso, Governor Mike Pence expanding it all through Indiana. Our own Virginia Governor Chuck Robb was national chairman, and our current governor, Glenn Youngkin, has kept this commitment in his budget. Remarkably, with Ken Smith at the helm, over 1,400,000 young men and women have graduated from high school, exceeding expectations that their families and they had rarely hoped for. In more than 40 years, Jobs for America's Graduates has never had a graduation rate below 90%, and right now the current graduation rate is above 95%. Throughout his career, Ken has been appointed by multiple presidents to serve as an education advisor, given his deep connection and commitment to youth. Thanks to Ken could not be given without saying thank you to his family, of course, who supported him throughout his career. Nora, his wife, Tara and Jennifer, his daughters, and most recently, 2 granddaughters continue to support his work. Mr. Speaker, I've known many good human beings in my life. I get to serve in this House, where the great majority of us Democrats and Republicans serve because we're trying to make the world and America a better place. But I've almost never met a man who's had as great a lifetime impact on far more than 1 million young people than Ken Smith. He has given his life to others and changed those lives with his love, his hard work, and his courage. Ken Smith, in your deserved pretend retirement, I salute you and thank you for your inspiration and your service. And I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I visited the southern border last week in Eagle Pass, Texas, to see the situation at our border firsthand and hear from Border Patrol, landowners, judges, and community members on how this is impacting them. This was my 4th border visit since I've been in Congress. The crisis at our border is worse than ever. Just last month, CBP reported 302,000 illegal crossings. That's enough people to fill up the Anaheim Angels Stadium nearly 7 times over, just from 1 month. I heard from Border Patrol who said they are spreading themselves thin as we see more crossings. They become caretakers instead of devoting their time to handling the backlog of illegal migrants or working to protect our border. The border facilities are expensive. In fact, the Del Rio and Eagle Pass facilities alone cost $25 million to maintain every month. This doesn't include the salaries of Border Patrol agents. And I heard from county leaders who said that every week they perform autopsies on dead migrants found at the border. The price that both migrants and our communities pay are staggering. Meanwhile, we have some reports of the Biden administration storing unused physical barriers and technologies at taxpayers' expense that could be used to help secure our border. The numbers are startling, and the stories are heartbreaking. As a mother, grandmother, and immigrant who came here legally as a young girl, seeing these migrants being exploited by cartels breaks my heart. Let me be clear. There is nothing fair, humane, or compassionate about the Biden administration's border policies. In fact, the Biden administration and DHS's Secretary Mayorkas' open border policies have only emboldened cartels, giving them $32 million a week profit. While cartels line their pockets and funnel fentanyl into our streets and our schools, Americans are endangered, and our Border Patrol is overworked and overwhelmed. Sadly, this has undermined the legal immigration process and all those who have been waiting and playing by the rules. This year marks 100 years of the U.S. Border Patrol. Let's do right by these brave men and women who have dangerous and demanding jobs and give them the tools they need to protect us. I introduced a bipartisan border strategy bill to gain operational control of our southern border, and I'm committed to doing my part to being part of the solution here. The Biden administration must come to the table and do the same. Thank you.
Chair.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to thank the Orange County Water District General Manager Mike Marcus for his dedicated service to the Water District and to ensure access to clean water for our Orange County communities and residents. During his impressive 35-year career, Mike managed the implementation of the Groundwater Replenishment System program, which has become the largest potable reuse project in the world, with capacity for enough water for 1 million people. Mike has received many notable and well-deserved awards for his work, including, most recently, the USC Sania Astani Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering 2023 Lifetime Achievement Award. He has been a great resource to me and my office, and I appreciate his partnership in supporting our communities. And it's been a great privilege to work with his son, Dan, who is staff director on House Foreign Affairs committees in the Pacific Subcommittee. Thank you for everything, Mike, and I wish you a very wonderful and successful retirement. I yield back.
The chair apologizes and now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes.
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to advise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I wish my constituents back home in the 21st Congressional District and Americans throughout the country a very happy new year, and may it bring us good tidings and health. And may the Congress come together to solve some of the critical problems that we are facing our nation. We know that 83 years ago, the first Social Security check went out, beginning as a promise for future generations of America. It was an attempt to create a safety net, and it has. Social Security is the major source of income for the majority of people over the age of 65. That accounts for over 70 million Americans. In my 21st Congressional District, located in California's San Joaquin Valley, nearly 88,000 people depend upon this program for their basic needs, for food, for rent, for groceries. And it's critical, therefore, that we address the issues involving Social Security. A lot has changed in our country since it was first enacted in the 1930s during the Depression. And Americans today, those who are receiving and those who hope to receive Social Security, fear that the future of this vital program and their benefits are at risk, and they should be. Why? Well, the long-term financial integrity of Social Security is not sustainable, and therefore we have to fix it. But instead of fixing Social Security, many of my extreme MAGA Republicans are focused on gutting the program and cutting vital benefits. That's wrong. Under the leadership of my good friend, Congressman John Larson, the House Democrats have put forth a plan of action to secure and expand the benefits of Social Security. The Social Security Act of 2100 is a sacred trust act that permanently improves Social Security's long-term health by extending the trust's funds solvency, critical, without any increase in taxes on the middle class. Let me repeat that, without any increase in taxes on the middle class. It also repeals the bureaucratic rules like the windfall elimination provisions and the government pension offset that prevent law enforcement officers, firefighters, and their families from receiving full benefits. They should receive full benefits. That's why I'm a proud co-sponsor of this bill, because Congress must uphold its promise to all seniors so that they can retire with respect and dignity. What are we talking about? We're talking about America's safety net. American seniors and future generations deserve better. We owe it to them, who have spent their entire lives contributing to make our country a better place to live, and who are counting on Social Security in their golden years. Our country needs a roadmap to protect Social Security for generations to come, and this bill will do just that. I remain committed to upholding this sacred trust that was made many years ago, working together with Republicans and Democrats for all Americans to fix the solvency of our Social Security system. Let me also indicate that much has been said about the challenges we face at the border and immigration in America. We must fix this broken immigration system. We had an opportunity in 2013, and Republicans and Democrats must come together to protect our border, to protect it from human trafficking, from the movement of illicit drugs. And common sense action, I believe we can come together to do this. And I will continue to work with my colleagues so that we can fix our broken immigration system and secure our border. That is what needs to be done. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Murphy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor an incredible man and former constituent, the late Sergeant Juan Eric Cantu. Sergeant Cantu honorably served our nation as a member of the U.S. Army during the war in Vietnam with the 228th Aviation Battalion associated with the 1st Cavalry Division. He deployed to Vietnam from 1966 to 68 and was a tail gunner on a Chinook helicopter and fixed rotor mechanic. He served as commander of Veterans of Foreign Wars, president of Vietnam Veterans of American Chapter 892, and a founding member of AMVETS Post 1111. Additionally, Mr. Cantu founded the legendary G.I. Joe Living Military History Museum in Kinston, which displays memorabilia, uniforms, weapons, and photos from all major conflicts, starting with the Revolutionary War. And it became a place of comfort and solace for veterans to share their stories, heal their wounds. Those who knew Mr. Cantu described 3 principles that best defined him: his legendary work ethic, his optimistic nature, and his love for his fellow veterans. We honor him today, we remember him today, Sergeant Juan Eric Cantu, a humble servant, community leader, and remarkable human. May he rest in peace, and may God bless his family and friends. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the proposed 3.37% Medicare fee cut. When a physician sees a Medicare patient, they do so out of the goodness of the heart. They care for the patient. It doesn't make financial sense. When you see a Medicare patient, when you see a Medicaid patient, you actually lose money. It costs more to see a patient than you get in the cost of care. When I ran a private practice, I stayed up many a night, Saturday nights, trying to find how to squeeze out money, find each paper clip, make sure that we knew where the staplers were, just to make sure that we made payroll, that we paid the light bills. Oftentimes I did not take a salary when we could not do that. But that was private practice. We were our own destiny. We knew how to take care of patients. We had ownership in patients. When adjusted for inflation, over the last 20 years, the Medicare fee schedule for physicians has been cut by 20%. What other profession expects to be cut year after year rather than receive raises, especially in this time of the inflationary period? Obamacare's directive, one of them, was to starve private practice, to force them, to drive them into employment. My former practice is employed now by a hospital. They've done well, but this is an entirely different tenet with patient care. Physicians are being cut every year in their pay. Hospitals, albeit smallly, get raises every year. This will still not be as much to carry the cost of care in these hospitals, but why are the people who are providing care to the patients, the ones who are being cut? Why is this a bad model? Because I think employed physicians tend to be a different bird than private practice physicians. They tend to be more working on the clock. They tend to decrease efficiency, and they actually increase the cost of care. There is much more ownership with private practice and physicians. When a private practice physician comes into a community, they establish roots. They become part of the community. They join churches. They join civic groups. Unfortunately, the employed physician model, as we see it now, is much more transitory. There's a contract. If that doesn't work out, you move in 3 years. And then patients are left in the lurch. My doctor. It's always my doctor took care of me for 20 years. That is starting to stop. That is ceasing. The Medicare fee schedule cuts must stop. This is why I introduced H.R. 6683, Preserving Seniors' Access to Care Act. The legislation stops this year's cut while we work on a permanent solution. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the reasons I came to Congress, to fix Medicare. We're experiencing a critical doctor shortage now. It is going to be off the cliff in 3 to 5 years, especially with surgeons. No other profession, as I just said, expects to be cut every year rather than get raises. Every day now, we add 10,000 new patients to Medicare. I'm sorry? I'll finish just a second. Imagine a hardware store where you bought a hammer for $1.
The gentleman's time has expired.
And you were paid 60 cents. It doesn't make sense. I ask my colleagues to support the bill. Thank you, and I'll yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy and immortal God, we pause to offer our prayers of both gratitude and grief for your servant, Representative Eddie Bernice Johnson. Words cannot adequately express our appreciation to you for allowing us to share the journey of life with such a woman of perseverance and presence, leadership, and legendary impact. Thank you for allowing her to touch the lives of so many in both her nursing and political careers. And while we mourn Representative Johnson's passing with hearts bereft of her friendship and mentorship, and with compassion for her grieving family, in the face of the fragility of life, we do not grieve as those without hope, for we trust in the promise she held dear, that those who have departed this life will be united with you in everlasting glory. May her memory be a blessing, and may Representative Eddie Bernice Johnson be blessed as she rests now from her labor and lifelong service to you and to your people. Into your everlasting arms we commend our lives, and in your eternal name we offer our prayer. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Chaplain. The Chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceeding and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will now be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, are invited to participate.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate 100 years of the Kane Veterans Foreign Wars Charter located in McKean County. The Kane VFW post is a top-tier post in the state. In 2023, they qualified and were awarded all-state status for the second time and also awarded the coveted All-American Post Award for the first time. The post will mark this anniversary with a celebration at the end of January with numerous guest speakers, camaraderie, and friendship. Kane VFW Post's first meeting to establish their charter was held on December 11, 1923, in the Eagle Hall, and they were granted their charter on January 29, 1924, with just 79 founding members. Over the years, the club grew in size, serving as a place for veterans and community members alike to gather in fellowship. Mr. Speaker, VFW Posts are so important to our communities because they offer veterans a place to gather and connect. From hosting local scout troops to important community meetings, Kane VFW Post has seen it all over the last 100 years. Congratulations to Kane VFW and their dedicated members on this monumental anniversary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor a Texas giant, a trailblazer, a leader, my mentor, and my friend, Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson. Congresswoman Johnson was unrivaled in her ability to deliver for Dallas and for Texas. She always put Texans first and fought every day for her constituents in Dallas. Congresswoman Johnson broke so many barriers. It's not hyperbole to say that I would not be here today serving in Congress if it weren't for Congresswoman Johnson. Everywhere you look, Texans can see the mark that she made on our state in her 50 years of public service, from improving the VA, to investing in transportation, to fighting for Texans' civil rights, to her work to pass the CHIPS and Science Act, and to invest in high-tech manufacturing as the chair of the House Science Committee. Texas lost a giant. We all mourn this loss for our Texas community, and I lost a friend. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Consent to speak for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to bring awareness to the fact that January is National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month. Human trafficking erodes personal dignity and destroys the moral fabric of our society. Sadly, it is the fastest growing illicit trade in the world, with an estimated 40.3 million people are living as slaves worldwide in this day and age. It is easy to think of human trafficking as a problem that happens elsewhere, but sadly, the U.S. accounts for about almost 52% of global human trafficking, with the sex trafficking of minors accounting for the largest percentage, sadly. Unfortunately, this problem has been exacerbated by the Biden administration's weak border policies, which criminal cartels are exploiting. Obviously, we need to secure the border immediately and hold traffickers accountable. During National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month, we must reaffirm our unwavering commitment to eradicate this crime against humanity and support victims of this horrific crime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I joined Speaker Mike Johnson and Republican colleagues of 26 states at the border at Eagle Pass, Texas. What I witnessed and heard was madness. Each month, Border Patrol agents, county sheriffs, and public service personnel, safety personnel, are assaulted with unaccompanied children and tens of thousands of illegal aliens crossing. Since Biden took office, there have been over 7 million illegal crossings, including 300 on the terrorist watch list. The irresponsible failure of Biden encourages drug smugglers, human trafficking, and terrorists to enter with terrorist attacks imminent in America. Democrats should promote the Republican-passed H.R. 2 border security bill to stop destabilization, as condemned by New York Mayor Eric Adams. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years in the global war on terrorism as it continues moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America with Biden open borders for terrorists. It is sadly clear there will be more 9/11 attacks across America imminent, as warned by the FBI. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 947 and ask for its immediate consideration.
Clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 55, House Resolution 947, resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 788 to limit donations made pursuant to settlement agreements to which the United States is a party and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-18 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. 2. The further amendment printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, if offered by the member designated in the report, which shall be in order without intervention of any point of order, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. And 3, one motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 98, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the National Labor Relations Board relating to standard for determining joint employer status. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their respective designees. And 2, one motion to recommit. Section 3. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 38, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Federal Highway Administration relating to waiver of Buy America requirements for electric vehicle chargers. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or their respective designees. And 2, one motion to commit.
Thank the clerk. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Objection.
Last night, the Rules Committee met and produced a rule, H.Res. 947, providing for the House's consideration of several pieces of legislation. The rule provides for H.R. 788, the Stop Settlement Slush Funds Act, to be considered under a structured rule. It provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Additionally, the rule also provides for H.J. Res. 98, a joint resolution related to a rule submitted by the National Labor Relations Board relating to the, quote, standard for determining joint employer status. H.J. Res. 98 would be considered under a closed rule, and it also provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. And finally, the rule provides for consideration of S.J. Res. 38, a joint resolution nullifying the final rule of the Federal Highway Administration relating to, quote, waiver of Buy America requirements for electric vehicle chargers. It also provides 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or their designees, and provides for 1 motion to commit. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying pieces of legislation, beginning with H.R. 788, the Stop Settlement Slush Funds Act. Mr. Speaker, we've picked up right where we left off in the first session of the 108th Congress, stopping this administration from overstepping. During the Trump administration, the Department of Justice went about ending the practice of allowing these third-party settlement agreements, because as the focus of the Justice Department, it should be delivering justice, and doing so under equal application of the law. The Justice Department should not be picking winners and losers. The DOJ should not be in the business of choosing parties far removed from the taxpayer, not directly related to the case at hand. Those are to be benefiting from a settlement. Sadly, from the very onset of the Biden presidency, this administration has been laser-focused on undoing the progress of the previous administration. But this administration has consistently and simultaneously overstepped their authority in rulemaking and under-delivered for the American people. And that's why we're here. Because following the president's day one directive to review reinstating Obama-era policies, the Biden administration began rescinding Trump-era policies. I think most Americans would agree that the federal government should not be requiring settling parties to make donations to unrelated third parties. I think most Americans would be shocked that these settlement payments don't go to the U.S. Treasury, but to liberal wish list recipients. Justice is not best served by this practice, and it's why the Trump administration ended the process. Just as important, ending this practice ensures accountability from the government by preventing those in power from rewarding political allies, as well as protecting this body's constitutional responsibilities. We've seen this practice used to push funds to far-left organizations that use the money to support out-of-touch, woke ideologies, and we should put an end to this egregious practice by the Biden administration. Moving on to the workforce. As a member of the Education and the Workforce Committee, I'm glad to see consideration of H.J. Res. 98, of which I'm original co-sponsor. This legislation is meant to protect small businesses, particularly franchisees, from the Biden administration's assault. This resolution is meant to preserve the job opportunities these leaders create and protect their freedom to run their businesses as they see fit. It also preserves choice and flexibility for prospective employees. This joint resolution will ensure a predictable and rational legal standard for what qualifies as a joint employer. For an administration that can't seem to put far-left ideology aside long enough to get our economy back on track, I suppose this rule fits in with a larger pattern of stifling economic growth and driving the cost of doing business even higher. We should be taking up policies that empower employers, not finding ways to make it more difficult to do business in America. And finally, on to S.J. Res. 38. Similarly, and it seems there's a pattern here, Mr. Speaker, this joint resolution fights back against Biden administration policies that hurt American manufacturers in favor of the Communist Party of China. S.J. Res. 38 will ensure Buy America requirements are applied and that this misguided Biden rule does not strengthen China over American companies. We understand the administration wants to force electric vehicles on the American people, and that in order to make these chargers less expensive and to meet their unrealistic green goals, they want to rely on Chinese manufacturers, but we cannot let those political objectives hurt our own American manufacturing while strengthening China at the same time. Mr. Speaker, as we all have said and highlighted before on the floor, we know the Biden administration's priority is to pour billions into green energy and clean cars. But by rushing to meet arbitrary green and climate agendas, the United States is more likely to solidify China's control of our energy future rather than save the planet. Mr. Speaker, we must be strengthening our American manufacturers. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting SJ Res 38, and as the Senate, including Senate Democrats, have already done. If the President really wants to veto this bill, despite his administration's flawed approach, then we should give him that opportunity. I look forward to consideration of all these three pieces of legislation and urge the passage of this rule. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentlelady from Indiana for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, you would think that for the very first week back of the new year, House Republicans would try to correct course and fix their failing majority. You would think that after presiding over one of the most unproductive, ineffective, incompetent sessions of Congress in history, certainly since I've been here, the Republicans would use the new year as a fresh start, to reset their priorities, and to actually work with Democrats to get stuff done. You would think that they would bring to the floor some big, important piece of legislation to follow through on their promises, or, I don't know, a bill to stop the government shutdown that's right around the corner. You would think all of that, but you would be wrong. Because today we are here for the first meeting of 2024 to consider more junk, more filler, more nonsense messaging bills that do nothing to help everyday people, bills that seek to help their billionaire friends and corporate sponsors. First is H.R. 788, the so-called Stop Settlement Slush Fund Act. This bill stems from a fruitless Republican-led investigation based on meritless allegations of political bias when the Obama administration's Justice Department held big banks accountable for their predatory lending practices. After a full year in the majority, Republicans still have no new ideas or real agenda to help the American public. So they want to pass off this solution in search of a problem from 10 years ago as some big, important new bill. It's not big, it's not new, and it's definitely not important. It's a waste of our time. Then we have SJ Res 38. This joint resolution is House Republicans' attempt to weaken President Biden's Buy America requirements, allowing federal dollars to be spent on chargers made in competitor countries like the People's Republic of China. While Democrats and President Biden work to bring jobs back from China, Republicans are eager to do the bidding of billionaire corporations and ship jobs overseas to China. Now let that sink in. Finally is HJ Res 98, a resolution that blatantly attacks workers. This bill would weaken their ability to organize and collectively bargain. These three bills have one thing in common, Mr. Speaker. They will not become law. They are going nowhere, and they are a waste of our time. The way this place is being run is just so absurd. It is pathetic. We are facing a partial government shutdown by the end of next week. The extreme MAGA Freedom Caucus is once again eager to shut it down. Now, maybe they think a shutdown will help crash the economy, like Donald Trump has said he wants. The leader of the Republican Party spent the week praying for the economy to collapse because he thinks it will help him win the election in November. Imagine that. And that really illustrates the difference between Democrats and Republicans. We want America to succeed no matter who is in charge because we love this country and we put people over politics. But Republicans led by Trump are cheering for America to fail and for everyone to suffer because they think it will help them politically. What a sick, twisted, messed up ideology. They are literally cheering for America to fail. And I guess they think that maybe if they shut down the government, that will help. I heard that the current speaker was on the telephone with Donald Trump, basically begging him to support the deal to fund the government. Because, let's be honest, that's who runs this place, Donald Trump and the MAGA extremists who worship him. That's the guy, by the way, whose lawyers argued in court yesterday that he can legally assassinate any of us and he can't be held accountable because the president is above the law. I mean, what the hell is wrong with these people? Not a peep, not a whisper from any of my Republican colleagues, not a single one of them who is willing to stand up and display some courage and say that the former president should not be above the rule of law. So we may be back, Mr. Speaker, and it may be a new year, but it's clear that it's the same old Republican majority trying to distract from their own disarray and division and doing the bidding of Donald Trump instead of working for the American people. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, these arguments merely are misdirection. The executive branch has the power under the Constitution to enforce the laws. When wrongdoers violate federal law, any settlement with the government should be focused on three things: compensating victims, redressing harm, and punishing or deterring unlawful conduct. Settlement agreements that require donations to outside parties do not accomplish those goals. Required donations do not compensate victims, as the funds go to outside third parties not involved in the litigation, and they do not punish and deter unlawful conduct, particularly as settling parties can reduce their fines from 2 to 1 for each dollar donated. And moving on to criticisms against HJRes 98 about franchisees. That's a hysterical argument that broadly misses the mark. Employees of franchisees are still entitled to protection under the National Labor Relations Act. They're still able to organize labor unions if they so choose. Franchisees are subject to collective bargaining laws, worker safety laws, fair wage laws, and franchisors, and just as other large companies are. One of the concerns that we have is that there will be disastrous consequences under this rule. I just find that's not the case. We are promoting small business owners and franchisees above these woke policies that harm the American employer and the American worker. And with that, I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we can talk about these filler bills all day, but the fact of the matter is they're going nowhere. We are wasting our time doing this when we should be focused on making sure that Republicans don't shut the government down beginning at the end of next week. Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of a measure that unambiguously states that the People's House will keep its promise to American workers and senior citizens. We will protect and preserve Social Security and Medicare for future generations, two important programs that my Republican friends are constantly attacking. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the previous question. Instead of focusing on policies that would make life better and easier for Americans, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are constantly wasting time on legislation to disrupt long-standing laws, to pass bills that would offshore American manufacturers, make it more difficult for workers to receive a fair shake, and prevent the federal government from holding big corporations accountable. Rather than focusing on these issues, our time would be better spent ensuring that our seniors have access to the benefits that they've earned. Social Security and Medicare are more than just important government programs. They are commitments made by one generation to the next. Since my first term in Congress, I have worked tirelessly to protect these critical benefits, fighting back against extremist cuts that would gut our nation's cornerstone economic security programs. And the fight goes on because the GOP is still hell-bent on eliminating these programs. Social Security and Medicare are overwhelmingly popular because they provide critically important benefits, not only to our seniors, but to other vulnerable Americans as well. My constituents and all Americans have paid into these programs, and they are counting on them for a dignified retirement and essential health care. It is also critical that we work to ensure that the Social Security Administration and that the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services have the resources that they need. Despite the fact that Social Security is by far the most popular and necessary program in our country, the Social Security Administration does not receive the funding that it desperately needs to support many of the most vulnerable in our community and across the nation. Ensuring that our seniors can receive the benefits they've earned should not be a partisan debate. I hope that my Republican colleagues agree and that we can find bipartisan, common-sense solutions to this pressing issue. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question so that we can focus on more pressing legislation like funding our government and reaffirming our commitment to the seniors and the more vulnerable members of our society, our commitment to Social Security and Medicare. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. This gentleman from Massachusetts reserve. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if I had one word to describe what I hear from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, including the administration, it would be gaslighting. My colleagues claim that we don't want to help everyday Americans. My colleagues claim that we're offshoring American jobs when the very bills we're considering here today are doing precisely that, or trying to fight against doing precisely that. They claim that we're trying to hurt business owners. We're trying to help business owners by giving them more flexibility to engage in employee relationships as they see fit. We're trying to bring American jobs back by supporting our American manufacturers over Chinese manufacturers. We're trying to compensate victims over woke ideological groups. It's more gaslighting from our colleagues on the left. I hope that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will recognize that and will join us in support of this legislation, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I would just respond to the gentlelady that one of the differences between Democrats and Republicans is the Democrats have historically and continue to be on the side of workers and on behalf of small businesses and trying to bring as many jobs back from places like China as possible. And we would be doing that no matter who is in charge in the White House, because we put people above politics. And I contrast that with my friends on the other side of the aisle who seem to be cheering for America to fail, who work overtime to try to demean our workers. And, you know, I will ask unanimous consent to insert in the record an article that appeared in the New York Times entitled, "Trump Says He Hopes Any Economic Crash Happens in 2024 so he isn't blamed."
Without objection.
I mean, let that sink in, everybody. The leader of the Republican Party, the person who they're all falling over each other to try to support, is cheering for our economy to crash because it might help him politically. It's not about the American people. It's not about workers. It's not about businesses. It's about him. I mean, what happened to the Republican Party? The obsession with Trump and all of this is really, it's not only disappointing, it is scary. And again, I'll go back to the way I began this debate. The legislation we are considering today is 3 nothing burgers. None of these bills are going to become law. They're just filler. They're an excuse for us to be able to meet when what we should be doing is making sure that the government remains open, that it doesn't shut down at the end of next week. Quite frankly, that business should have been done last year. But Republicans continue to fight amongst themselves and can't seem to be able to get anything done. Again, this is the most unproductive, useless Congress, I think, in history. And so again, I would just simply say that, we all need to figure out a way to pass legislation that will not adversely impact our economy and to find areas of common ground where we can actually get stuff done. But this is not what we're doing today, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Reserves.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, Republicans are just at it again, aren't they? They keep bringing up bills that protect big corporations and banks instead of helping Americans and protecting working families. We saw it when Republicans tried to cut funding for the Consumer Product Safety Commission and to weaken the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. These are agencies that the American people trust and they want, because these are agencies that stand with consumers. Our consumers need and want someone in their corner. Republicans, however, keep trying to restrain the federal agencies who are charged with defending and protecting our consumers, including today the Department of Justice. H.R. 788 is another attempt to protect big banks and big corporations, the ones that pollute our communities and put their own profits over people's ability to stay in their homes. For example, Bank of America made a lot of money by selling subprime mortgages before the 2008 financial crisis. Bank of America hurt regular people's ability to buy and stay in a home of their own. So the Department of Justice went after Bank of America, and they entered into a settlement agreement to hold that bank accountable. That settlement required the bank to pay damages to the Americans that were directly harmed by its actions, but we know that what the Bank of America did and those other greedy corporations, it did more than just hurt the consumers of that bank. It hurt the housing market itself. It made it harder for families to buy homes. Their actions led to the Great Recession. So the settlement that the Department of Justice did made sure that Bank of America had to pay nonprofits to address the larger systemic harm the bank caused. Those settlement funds help provide resources for housing, counseling, home ownership, and more. In Iowa, nonprofits provided down payment assistance and demolished decaying homes. In Indiana, the Bar Foundation provided legal aid in foreclosure cases. These are good things. Why would we want to stop them? Apparently, however, Republicans didn't like the fact that the Department of Justice was standing up to bad actors, because H.R. 788 would block that help. H.R. 788 would handcuff the Department of Justice so it could not demand a bad actor pay for the harm it caused to our society. And I must remind everybody, just as we heard from our ranking member, that we're dedicating a whole week to this bill and some others that would overturn actions that our Americans need to protect them, to move us forward in protecting our climate. We're doing all of this instead of what? We're not funding the government, are we? None of these bills deal with any of the issues that Americans want us to do. These bills show us that Republicans cannot govern. Instead, they're continuing to put profits.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
And we must
The gentlewoman's
reject
time.
this rule.
The gentlewoman's
And with that,
time has
I yield
expired.
back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, does the gentleman from Massachusetts have any additional speakers? Or is he prepared to close?
I'm prepared to close.
We're prepared to close also, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts to close.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, again, this has been the most incompetent, ineffective, unproductive Congress in the history of the United States of America. The fact that we are here considering these nonsense, do-nothing bills is just the latest example. This Republican majority has been a failure, a total embarrassment. I could spend all day comparing our record with theirs. Republicans have had pathetically few bills of substance enacted into law. And on must-pass legislation, every single time, it has been Democrats who have had to step up to give Republicans the votes that they needed to get things across the finish line. The gentlelady can't rebut that because there is nothing to rebut. Republicans have done nothing of importance. I don't even know why they want to be in charge, quite frankly, since they have wasted away their time in the majority. And it's not just me saying that. It is them. Congressman Chip Roy, who sits on the Rules Committee, said, and I quote, "One thing. I want my Republican colleagues to give me one thing. One. that I can go campaign on and say we did. One, anybody sitting in the complex, if you want to come down to the floor and come explain to me one material, meaningful, significant thing the Republican majority has done, end quote. More recently, Congressman Andy Biggs said, and I quote, "We have nothing to go out there and campaign on. It is embarrassing," end quote. Congresswoman Debbie Lesko said, and I quote, "We can't get anything done around here. It is very frustrating," end quote. I mean, what do Republicans say when they go home and voters ask, "What have you done? What have you done?" What do you tell them? What do you say to somebody who asks, "Why are you more concerned about Hunter Biden than about our constituents?" I mean, you people need to touch the grass. Get a grip. Get some help. I mean, Republicans have turned this place into one big SNL skit, except this isn't funny. We have serious business to get done around here, and they are just openly admitting that they cannot govern. They have no new ideas or problems that they want to solve. Their whole platform is built around using division and anger to distract from the unmitigated disaster that is this Republican majority. And the only hope around this place is that it's an election year, and their gross incompetence will probably lose them the House come November. Mr. Speaker, we have to do better. And there needs to be more urgency in this chamber about making sure that government doesn't shut down next week. I mean, the one job that no matter who is in charge has is to make sure that the lights stay on here, that we don't stop the functioning of government, that we don't turn our backs on the American people. And yet we are getting perilously close to that moment when there could be a shutdown. It is disgraceful that we are here debating these filler bills that are going nowhere and that we're not working on real business that will help real people in this country and help pave the way for a better future. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The chair urgently recognizes the gentlewoman from Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close and yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would note that Republicans being in the majority, one major accomplishment, Mr. Speaker, is that we have stopped a lot of bad things potentially happening that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle might wish to push forward. We have before us the opportunity to move legislation here that could have a positive effect on the everyday lives of Americans, whether that's pushing back on the overreach of the bureaucratic state or protecting job creators. The choice before us in this rule is clear, and we must take action. We must be taking actions that improve the economy and fight inflation, but again and again we see this administration making it harder, not easier, to do business in America. It defies logic. Apparently, there's no cost too high for this administration and my Democrat colleagues when it comes to this pursuit. Not even the fact that China stands to benefit from one of these rules and the American manufacturers stand to lose. The American people know better. I look forward to moving these bills out of the House this week. I ask my colleagues to join me in voting yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
As for the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 947 and adoption of House Resolution 947 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, The unfinished business is the question on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 947, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will report on the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 55, House Resolution 947, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 788 to limit donations made pursuant to settlement agreements to which the United States is a party and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 98, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the National Labor Relations Board relating to standards for determining joint employer status, and providing for consideration of the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 38, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Federal Highway Administration relating to waiver of Buy America requirements for electric vehicle chargers.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. The ayes are 213 and the nays are 200. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker, Madam Speaker,
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number of having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 203, the nays are 216. The resolution is not adopted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Moore of Utah moves to reconsider the vote on adoption of House Resolution 947.
The question is on the motion offered by the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make the point of an order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Ready? For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the House Republican Conference, I send to the desk a privilege resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 954, resolved that the following name member be and is hereby elected to the following standing committee of the House of Representatives. Committee on the Budget, Mr. Edwards.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 540, the Taiwan Non-Discrimination Act as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 237, H.R. 540, a bill to require the Secretary of the Treasury to pursue more equitable treatment of Taiwan at the international financial institutions and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, and the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman will suspend. The House will be in order. Gentleman will continue.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 540, the Taiwan Non-Discrimination Act of 2023, introduced by the Vice Chair of the National Security, Illicit Finance, and International Financial Institutions Subcommittee, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Kim. As China continues to threaten Taiwan, Congress must consider ways to deter Beijing from future aggression. The House Financial Services Committee has developed numerous bills to do just that. But countering China's military ambitions isn't our only focus when it comes to Taiwan policy. The U.S. has long supported Taiwan's membership in international organizations where statehood is not a prerequisite. We also support longstanding policy to help Taiwan's voice be heard in these organizations when membership is impossible. This is positive for Taiwan on the world stage and should be a priority for the United States Congress. Unfortunately, over the past 3 years, the Biden administration has repeatedly fallen short when it comes to our Taiwan policy at the International Monetary Fund, or the IMF. The IMF is the world's lender of last resort, as well as a key institution monitoring global economic conditions. As one of the world's most advanced and innovative economies, Taiwan should be included under the fund's activities. And yet, it has been left out due to ridiculous concerns over offending China. The IMF's rules already allow Taiwan to become a member, as Ms. Kim's bill clearly lays out in detail. That means our representation and our representatives at the IMF should support Taiwan if it chooses to apply. Mrs. Kim's legislation would make this support explicit and ensure the Treasury Department voices our support on the board of the IMF. Joining the IMF would also open up opportunities for Taiwan at other international financial institutions. This includes the World Bank, where IMF membership is a prerequisite. The IMF has no fewer than 190 countries, nearly the totality of the world. And an economy as vital as Taiwan should have a seat at this important table. I want to thank our Democrat colleagues for their support in keeping this a bipartisan issue, and I want to thank the bill sponsor, Mrs. Kim, for her important leadership as well. And I want to urge my colleagues to support the bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
You're recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 540, the bipartisan Taiwan Non-Discrimination Act, sponsored by Congresswoman Kim of California and Congressman Green. This bill will require the United States to advocate for Taiwan's membership and meaningful participation at the International Monetary Fund, or IMF. To the extent that admission is sought by Taiwan IMF membership, provides several nonprofit benefits to participants, such as access to information on members' economic policies, access to technical assistance related to banking, fiscal affairs and exchange issues, financial support in times of payment distress, and opportunities for trade and investment. If IMF admission is sought by Taiwan, this bill would further require the United States press the IMF to monitor and evaluate the health of Taiwan's economy, provide technical support to Taiwanese officials regarding microeconomics, monetary, and budget policies, and support employment opportunities at the IMF for Taiwan nationals. To date, Taiwan has not formally requested membership at the IMF. I also understand that Taiwan does not intend to request membership this Congress and is instead focusing on other organizations such as the World Health Organization and the International Criminal Police Organization, Interpol. We respect that and appreciate the structure of this bill that positions the United States to act should Taiwan request membership. I also believe it is critical that the United States continue to signal unequivocal opposition to the prospect of China using force in an effort to take control of Taiwan, especially as China is watching Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Democrats have been sounding the alarm, and I will repeat this warning here today. We must provide additional funding for the Ukraine, or we risk emboldening China's aggression against Taiwan. While I support this bill and all efforts to prevent conflict in the Taiwan Strait, I am concerned that if Congress cannot come together to provide additional funding for Ukraine, our efforts here today will be in vain. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'd like to yield the gentlelady from California, the author of the bill, Mrs. Kim, 3 minutes.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman McHenry, for yielding and supporting my legislation. I also want to thank Representative Green of Texas for co-leading this bill, H.R. 540, and making it a bipartisan effort. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this bill, H.R. 540, the Taiwan Non-Discrimination Act. Long-standing U.S. policy towards Taiwan has supported its membership in international organizations where statehood is not a prerequisite. The U.S. also advocates for Taiwan's voice to be heard where membership is not possible. This principle has lasted decades across the Republican and Democratic administrations, and it has repeatedly been reaffirmed in bills passed by Congress. My bill is straightforward. It requires the Treasury Department to implement our Taiwan policy at the International Monetary Fund, or IMF. Taiwan is not required to be a member state of the United Nations in order to gain membership in the IMF. For example, Kosovo, also not a UN member, has belonged to the IMF for over a decade. If Taiwan seeks admission to the IMF, then the Treasury Department should carry out our long-standing U.S. policy and support its application. While Taiwan awaits its admission to the IMF, H.R. 540 encourages the U.S. governor of the IMF to support integrating Taiwan into the IMF's regular economic monitoring activities and Taiwanese nationals with equal employment opportunities at the IMF. The IMF is devoted to monetary cooperation, exchange rate stability, and the growth international trade. Taiwan is one of our top 10 trading partners, and it has the 5th largest cash reserves of any foreign country, greater than Brazil, South Korea, Mexico, or any European country except Switzerland. At a time when China has been threatening the work of the IMF through its non-transparent lending abroad and its lack of cooperation with other creditors, we must focus the IMF on effective international cooperation. Mr. Speaker, advocating for Taiwan's membership in the IMF would also unlock the additional opportunities for the country in the other international financial institutions, as was mentioned, one of which is World Bank. It requires countries to first be members of the IMF before becoming a member of World Bank. With Taiwan's election taking place this weekend, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 540 and send the Taiwanese people a strong message of solidarity and support for their democracy. I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves.
At this time, I'd like to yield the gentleman from Missouri, the chair of the National Security Subcommittee, Mr. Lukemeyer, 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the chairman for yielding, and thank him for managing the floor today. I was supposed to do that, and I got stuck in a snowstorm and slid all the way here, but we're here, so we're glad to be here. Before us today are a number of bills that originated in the National Security, Illicit Finance, and International Financial Institutions Subcommittee, which I chair. I'd like to commend the sponsors for their diligent commitment to crafting meaningful policy. Congressman Muscher's China Exchange Rate Transparency Act of 2023 will provide much-needed transparency to China's use of tools to impact the exchange rate and their actions to threaten the core mission of the IMF. Ensuring China plays by the same rules of the road as everyone else has been and will continue to be a focus of my National Security Subcommittee. H.R. 803, the Protect Taiwan Act, has been a project dutifully undertaken by Congressman Lucas. This legislation will send an unwavering message that if Xi Jinping regime is seeking to provoke a war in Taiwan, China will face a new reality, exclusion from the international community. Thank you, Congressman Lucas, for this strong bipartisan solution to China's aggression. And finally, as we heard from Vice Chair Congresswoman Kim, H.R. 540, the Taiwan Non-Discrimination Act of 2023. Vice Chair Kim's bill will ensure that Taiwan's voice is properly heard at the IMF. Ultimately, the decision to apply for membership into the IMF and subsequently the World Bank and other international financial institutions belongs to Taiwan. However, if they so choose to apply, the United States should be unequivocally supportive. I thank the gentlelady for unwavering support to defend Taiwan and ensuring that the international financial institutions, which my subcommittee oversees, prioritizes Taiwan policy at the IMF. Once again, thank you, Chairman McHenry, for your work on the full committee. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from North Carolina reserves.
I reserve and prepare to close.
Gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, since the gentleman from North Carolina has no further speakers, I yield myself the balance of the time.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
This legislation from Congresswoman Kim and Congressman Green directs the United States to support Taiwan should the island pursue participation in the IMF. I again urge my colleagues to support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to reiterate that Mrs. Kim's bill is critical to strengthening both our national security and the global economy. I think it's important that we state clearly as the United States Congress of our support for Taiwan. Taiwan has one of the world's most advanced and innovative economies and should be included under the IMF's activities. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and want to thank my colleagues on the committee, on the House Financial Services Committee, for working with committee Republicans on supporting this bill. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from North Carolina yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 540 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider.
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present, and make a point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 803, the Protect Taiwan Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 230, H.R. 803, a bill to direct certain financial regulators to exclude representatives of the People's Republic of China from certain banking organizations upon notice of certain threats or danger and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, and the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the exchange of letters between the committees of jurisdiction be included in the record.
Also without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 803, the Protect Taiwan Act, introduced by the chairman of the Science Committee and senior member of the House Financial Services Committee, Mr. Lucas. In addition to its hostile rhetoric, China has sought to intimidate Taiwan by making large incursions into the island's airspace. In fact, according to the Global Taiwan Institute, there were 563 incursions in 2022 between January and August of 2023. Between January of 2022 and August of 2023. And there were 461 median line crossings and 560 southwest incursions. That's a lot of incursions. If the Xi Jinping regime seeks to provide and provoke war in Taiwan, Congress must clearly signal the cost will be imposed on the Communist Party in China if it acts against the island. One of those costs should be China's exclusion from the international community, which is a bipartisan pressure point. Chinese leaders must understand that a threat to Taiwan is a threat to international order, and a threat to Taiwan is a threat to China's economic growth opportunities. As a result, they will not be able to, what we think is China should not be able to participate in multilateral organizations if they conduct this type of business. We've already seen Russia's isolation on the international stage after its invasion of Ukraine. We must be clear that this is what awaits Beijing if they cross the line in Taiwan. Mr. Lucas's bill would make China a pariah in key organizations devoted to ensuring global economic stability. This includes the G20, the Financial Stability Board, and other gatherings of international financial regulators. Participation in these groups should be reserved for countries that take international norms and values seriously. A Chinese invasion of Taiwan would underscore that Beijing has surrendered its right to be included. I would like to thank Mr. Lucas for his hard work on the Protect Taiwan Act and Congressman Gonzalez of Texas on the Democrat side for being an original co-sponsor. And now more than ever, I think we must show that deterring Chinese aggression against Taiwan is a bipartisan issue for the United States Congress. I think this bill will send that right signal. And I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in support of 803, H.R. 803, the Protect Taiwan Act, sponsored by Congressman Lucas of Oklahoma and Congressman Gonzalez of Texas. This bill would impose financial consequences on China if it launched a major act of aggression against Taiwan. Specifically, this bill would require Treasury, the Federal Reserve, and the Securities and Exchange Commission to seek China's exclusion from the proceedings of the major financial institutions and international organizations. These include the G20, the Bank for International Settlements, the Financial Stability Board, and the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, the International Association of Insurance Supervisors, and the International Organization of Securities Commission. In short, this bill would deny China the economic, political, and diplomatic benefits of participation in the international organizations that ensure stability of financial markets and businesses if it were to engage in a major act of aggression against Taiwan. I want to be clear that this bill imposes a high threshold with regard to what kind of aggression would trigger this action. Specifically, it requires a presidential notification to Congress under Section 3C of the Taiwan Relations Act, which would only occur if there were a substantial threat to Taiwan. For reference, Section 3C was not triggered during the tensions of the Third Taiwan Straits crises of the 1990s. I would also like to thank the bill sponsor for working with Democrats to adopt changes to the bill that ensures it closely mirrors a similar law passed in the last Congress aimed at Russia, following its unlawful invasion of Ukraine. Accordingly, the United States is now actively seeking Russia's exclusion from these international bodies. If China were to cross the line Russia crossed by invading Ukraine, we would similarly seek to exclude them from these international bodies. For all of these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support the passage of this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'd like to yield the gentleman from Oklahoma. I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, the chair of the Science Committee and a senior member of the House Financial Services Committee, such time as he may consume.
The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman McHenry, for yielding to me on this bill. First, before I address the topic at hand, I'd like to take a moment to note that I've served with Chairman McHenry for his entire tenure in the United States Congress. And I can proudly say this is a body that everyone comes in brand new and full of fire and vinegar. But it's a body where people develop into their skills, where their natural talents are honed and sharpened, where many of our friends become great statesmen and stateswomen. And I'd like to note for just a moment that Chairman McHenry, when he joined this body, represented that fire and vinegar, that intensity. But in his time here, he's developed into a statesman, a chairman of great regard, and someone who ultimately, when he leaves this body at the end of the session, will be missed. So, my colleague, I'd like to think I can call you my friend, but most assuredly, I note my respect for your legislative skills. That said, the bill before us is a bipartisan piece of legislation, as my colleagues have noted, to send a clear message. If China intends to engage in conflict against Taiwan, then China should be prepared to withstand the consequences. Under the Taiwan Relations Act, the President is required to notify Congress if China poses an immediate threat to Taiwan's security. If this notification is triggered, my bill states that it is U.S. policy to exclude Chinese representatives from key international organizations. The G20, the Financial Stability Board, the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision. A threat to Taiwan is a threat to the international order. Now let me repeat that one more time. A threat to Taiwan is a threat to the international order. We should make it clear that if China acts to throw the world into instability, China will be excluded from international bodies that work to uphold that very stability. I'd like to thank my colleague from Texas, Congressman Gonzalez, for working with me on this bill. I encourage my colleagues to support this piece of legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Oklahoma yields.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves. Gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close since the gentleman has no further speakers.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time. This legislation from Congressman Lucas and Gonzalez is designed to send a message to China, discouraging escalation of its aggression towards Taiwan. I would again like to note that while I agree that sending a strong signal to China regarding the United States' support for the prevention of conflict in the Taiwan Strait is important, we must also send a strong signal to Russia by providing additional fundings to our fellow democracy, Ukraine. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Ohio yields back. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to close. I just want to reiterate that Chinese leaders must understand that the threat to Taiwan is a threat to international order, and it should be a threat to their standing in international institutions. They will not be able to operate in major multilateral organizations if it were business as usual. And we know that the impact on Russia after its invasion on Ukraine. And we have to let officials in Beijing know that that is what awaits them if they cross the line in Taiwan. Urge adoption of this bill and support for the bill. I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Lucas, for his friendship, for his kind words as well, and his important leadership on this topic. And I urge adoption of this bill. Yield back.
The gentleman from North Carolina yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 803 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Object to the vote on the ground that quorum is not present, and make the point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 839, the China Exchange Rate Transparency Act of 2023, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 235, H.R. 839. A bill to require the United States Executive Director at the International Monetary Fund to advocate for increased transparency with respect to exchange rate policies of the People's Republic of China and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, and the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, will each control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in with which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the bill.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 839, the China Exchange Rate Transparency Act of 2023, introduced by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser. The China Exchange Rate Transparency Act reflects a bipartisan objective to hold China accountable for its poor economic governance. The International Monetary Fund's Articles of Agreement require member countries to, quote, collaborate with the fund and other members to assure orderly exchange arrangements and to promote a stable system of exchange rates, end quote. In other words, to remain a member of the IMF, a country should avoid manipulating exchange rates to gain an unfair competitive advantage over other member countries. According to the Treasury Department's November 2022 foreign exchange report, quote, China's lack of transparency and use of a wide array of tools complicates Treasury's ability to assess the degree to which official actions are designed to impact the exchange rate, end quote. This is just another barrier created by China's economic governance that prevents us from gaining basic insights in the world's second largest economy. This opacity threatens the core mission of the IMF, which was established to help monitor exchange rate agreements. And it's ironic that China is always the one who demands a greater voice at the IMF, even if its actions undermine the fund's ability to be effective. For too long, we've seen China dismiss international rules of the road, from debt restructuring in the developing world to massive Chinese export credits. China has refused to work with other economies to find global solutions. Mr. Muser's bill will help prevent China from undermining yet another key area of cooperation, the IMF's monitoring of exchange rates. It will require the Treasury Department to push for greater transparency in China's exchange rate management during the IMF's economic reviews of China. The bill would also make future reviews of Chinese shareholding in the IMF contingent on Beijing becoming a more responsible player in the international monetary system. We need Treasury to take a firm stand at the IMF and insist that China adhere to the exchange rate policies of other advanced economies, or at the very least disclose what those policies are. This is important for the global economy. It's certainly important for the American economy and American workers. And I want to thank Mr. Muser for his leadership on this bill and urge my colleagues to support it. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlelady from Ohio is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 839, the China Exchange Rate Transparency Act of 2023, sponsored by Congressman Muser. This bill requires the United States Executive Director at the International Monetary Fund, or IMF, to use its voice and vote to advocate for increased transparency regarding China's exchange rate policies. This is important because China has a history of devaluating its currency, the yuan, against the dollar, making it exports unfairly cheaper and thereby harming small businesses in the United States. This bill would further impose greater accountability on China by requiring the United States to press the IMF to report whether China's exchange rate policies affect the value of SDRs and to consider China's performance as a responsible partner in the international monetary system when evaluating China's voting power at the IMF. President Biden's Treasury Department has already increased transparency of China's practices, including by placing it on a watch list for its failure to publish foreign exchange intervention and key features of its exchange rate setting mechanism. This bill would reinforce the Biden administration's actions to further push for greater transparency and accountability in this regard. These are sensible actions Congress can take to prevent China from using its currency as an economic weapon. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'd like to yield the gentleman from Pennsylvania 4 minutes to explain his bill.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank Chairman McHenry very, very much. Appreciate his leadership on our committee and on this bill. I do rise in support of my legislation, the China Exchange Rate Transparency Act, H.R. 839, a bipartisan initiative supported by Representatives Donalds, Loudermilk, Nickel, Lawler, Lee of Nevada, and De La Cruz. This legislation confronts the People's Republic of China's often deceptive and autocratic exchange rate policies and regular disregard for financial transparency on the international stage. With this legislation, we are directing and challenging China's opaque and often manipulative practices in foreign exchange markets, including their policy of accumulating massive foreign currency reserves and depreciating their currency, which undercuts the competitiveness of U.S. exports. By mandating the U.S. Executive Director at the IMF to use the voice and vote of the United States to advocate for increasing exchange rate transparency from China, we're not just advocating for fairness, we're fighting for the integrity of the global economy. The Department of Treasury's reports from November 22 to 2023 lay it out barely, or lay it out clearly. China's exchange rate practices are too often shrouded in secrecy, undermining not just the U.S., but the entire global trade system. It's time we confront China's persistent gaming of international norms. They've been playing by their own rules for too long, and it's detrimental to global economic fairness and stability. This legislation is not about only singling out China. It's about ensuring that all IMF members, including China, adhere to the rules that they have agreed to. China has promised to maintain orderly exchange rate arrangements without manipulation. It is our job to hold them to that promise and to ensure they do not continue to exploit the system to their advantage. We're taking a firm, no-nonsense approach to a complex issue, emphasizing our commitment to fair trade and a transparent global economic system. So I strongly urge my colleagues to support the China Exchange Rate Transparency Act of 2023, H.R. 839. This legislation is a stand for accountability in international finance, fair trade practices, and the stability of our global economy. Thank you, and I yield back.
I'd like to reserve. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close since the gentleman from North Carolina has no further speakers.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. This legislation builds upon the Biden administration's efforts to increase transparency and accountability of China on key features of how it sets its currency exchange rate. It is critical to continue to apply pressure on China in this regard because weaponizing its exchange rate will directly harm the United States small businesses selling their products and services here in the United States. For these reasons, I again urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. We recognize the gentleman from North Carolina.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. I just want to reiterate that Mr. Muser's bill will help prevent China from undermining yet another key area of cooperation, and that's the IMF's monitoring of exchange rates. Exchange rates affect the cost of goods and services in every district in America. Whether or not China is adhering to international norms affects our economy, affects the global economy, and we need to address that. We have legislation that enables us to address that, enables us to speak in a bipartisan way that China's currency manipulation we will not stand for as a statement of American policy. And this bill will require the Treasury Department to push for greater transparency in China's exchange rates managements during the IMF's economic reviews of China. That's the way we're going to do it. So we have sound policy. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I want to thank my Democrat colleagues and Republican colleagues on committee for working together on this bill, as well as Mr. Muser of Pennsylvania for his leadership on this important issue, and urge its adoption. Yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 839 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Madam Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to the Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings of this question will be postponed. So for what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6370, the OFAC Licensure for Investigators Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6370, A bill to require the Office of Foreign Assets Control to develop a program under which private sector firms may receive a license to conduct nominal financial transactions in furtherance of the firm's investigations and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, and the gentleman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina.
I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on the bill.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the exchange of letters between the committees of jurisdiction be included in the record.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 6370, the OFAC Licensure for Investigators Act, introduced by my friend, the ranking member of the National Security, Illicit Finance, and International Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Mrs. Beatty. The gentlewoman from Ohio has been an adept legislator in committee and great as an ally and fearsome as a foe. And it's been good to work with her on solid policy. And I think this is an important matter for us. Illicit finance internationally, domestically, is something we want to tackle, and we want to tackle this through solid policy that can be passed in a bipartisan way. Since Hamas's October 7th terrorist attack on Israel, we've witnessed the ramifications of bad actors using the financial system to further their acts of terrorism. This bill would enhance the tools in Treasury's arsenal to go after sanctioned individuals and entities while also holding them accountable in their financial activities. There's already a well-established practice in traditional financial investigations where a law enforcement agency can request that financial institutions keep open criminal accounts in order to help track the illicit flows of money. This bill mirrors that practice. The bill requires the Secretary of Treasury to develop a pilot program administered by the Office of Foreign Asset Control to allow private sector firms under a temporary and specific license to conduct nominal financial transactions to and through sanctioned entities to further their investigations. OFAC, the Office of Foreign Asset Control, is a very important tool. One of our most powerful tools of protecting free people around the world and the flow of funds and tracking those flow of funds. OFAC's licenses are authorized to OFAC to engage in transactions that would otherwise be prohibited. Mrs. Beatty's bill would allow, for example, blockchain analytics firms to work with OFAC to trace wallets controlled by bad actors. The power of blockchain lies within its immutable ledger that cannot be altered and allows analysis firms to see the movement of value every step along the way. Mrs. Beatty's bill is a crucial step in the right direction, and the Treasury Department will be required to keep Congress informed of OFAC's activities and findings under the license. With strict oversight and Treasury's ability to continue to follow the money and follow the value, the United States will be better positioned to go after terrorists and other bad actors and entities. I want to thank Mrs. Beatty for her legislation, for important work on this topic, and I want to urge my colleagues to support it. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Ohio is recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The lady is recognized.
I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 6370, the OFAC Licensure for Investigators Act, which is co-sponsored by Mr. Nunn of Iowa. I'd also like to thank the chairman and my friend for his support. The global regime to counter money laundering and terrorist financing is becoming increasingly effective at detecting and deterring the abuse of our financial markets. However, we must stay ahead of the bad actors, who in many cases are moving into darker corners of the financial system and using technologies and methods that are harder to trace. Private investigative firms, some with unique technologies and analytic methods, should be enlisted to help banks and governments, among others, identify the criminals and the terrorists, their bank accounts, and their topologies. Today, these private firms are limited in how far they can see into a bad actor's operations. One of those limitations is due to sanctions, which appropriately prevent parties from engaging with sanctioned targets. However, as a result, whether in analytic firms or large bank intelligence units, the good guys have to stop their investigations upon finding evidence that suggests that a wallet or account or address may be associated with a sanctioned individual or entity. There is a workaround today, but it is far too limited. Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control, or OFAC, which provides licenses to individual parties in transactions, which will allow for narrow exceptions to a sanctions program. My bill requires OFAC to design a pilot licensing program that would allow investigators to apply to OFAC for permission to get a step further and engage with sanctioned persons under certain conditions to gain more visibility into OPIC networks and practices. The investigators could only use nominal amounts, which would be able to trace where the money goes. Ensuring that there is robust oversight in this process, the bill mandates that recipients of these specific licenses must report to OFAC monthly on their findings. This program would be similar to when government officials ask financial institutions to keep open suspicious accounts so the government then go and watch the transactions, and while they're doing that, they're able to follow the money. I urge my colleagues to support this innovative and bipartisan bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
First, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume, and I would like to engage in a colloquy with the gentlelady from Ohio if she's willing.
I am.
I want to thank the gentlelady for yielding, Madam Speaker, and I've heard concerns from members about the definition of nominal transactions in the bill. As we saw in OFAC's August 22 designation of tornado cash, U.S. persons may have received unsolicited nominal amounts of virtual currency from Tornado Cash. These nominal amounts could be as small as a fraction of a penny. The term nominal amounts is a term of art within OFAC, but understandably members are worried about that this license could allow for the financing of terror activities. Prior to today's floor proceedings, OFAC and my staff discussed capping licenses at $10. A fraction of a penny spread across $10 could provide an immense amount of data on unsolicited or illicit actors and their funding mechanisms. I think it's important to reiterate on the record for members that this bill is not intended to allow a license for greater than $10. Is that something that the gentlelady would agree with?
I would. I think that is a very fair question to ask. And let me just assure you that it is also my intent as the sponsor of this bill that the term nominal in this context should not be interpreted to be more than the $10 as you referenced, and certainly understand why that concern came up. Because as you know, this bill is intended to enhance our efforts to stop terrorist financing, and the kind of investigation that this bill is trying to allow for doesn't need more than a few dollars or nominal, not to exceed $10 to be effective. And we've seen this before, so I am very comfortable assuring you that we would define it as $10 or less. And thank you for clarifying this, and I too want to put it on the record that it would be defined as the $10 mark. And certainly would like to thank you for your support on this legislation.
Thank you. And I want to thank the bill sponsor for this and for her addressing an important matter, which is money laundering internationally and at home is a severe problem. It's a severe problem with regulated financial institutions, and we have longstanding law and rules and folks that are engaged at justice, at Treasury, that are highly adept at this. And then we have new technologies that emerge each day, and new approaches to launder value or money. And with the movement, the digital money, the movement of digital money, it is complex. With blockchain technology, it makes it much easier because then you basically can follow what is on the blockchain. And it is there for the public to see and for our experts in government to follow very well. We want to make sure that they're given the full tools to track that illicit finance wherever it may be, using the best techniques and technology available to anyone in the world. And we want to make sure that we stay on top of this and curb illicit finance the best that we possibly can. And we have the best laws, the best rules, and the best people working to protect our people here and abroad. So I want to thank Mrs. Beatty for her leadership here on this important issue. And with that, I have no further speakers and would reserve the balance of my time, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentlelady from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no further speakers, so I am prepared to close now. Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
The lady is recognized.
My colleagues, Mr. Nunn and I, have devised a smart pilot program that would allow for private sector investigators to engage in a small dollar transaction with sanctioned persons in order to gain valuable information about how networks and activities of those bad actors work. I'm pleased to say that we have agreed on the nominal amount of $10, and by creating a licensing program for such a person, both business and government will benefit from the information gained, improving visibility into criminal and terrorist financing networks. And that's what this bill is all about. And for those reasons, I again urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The floor recognizes the North Carolina gentleman.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the remainder of my time. And I just want to reiterate that Mrs. Beatty's bill is a crucial step in the right direction. And the Treasury Department will be required to keep Congress informed of OFAC's activities and findings under the license. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6370 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Madam Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make a point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. Does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to address the House for 1 minute and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, in this new year, we've done a survey with my constituent and asked what the issues are that they want to be focused on in 2024. The top answer they submitted in my Northern California district was the border crisis. A Biden Democrat Party created crisis. Now, regular Republicans, Democrats agree there is a crisis at our border, and it is President Joe Biden's fault. During his first 100 days of office, he took 94 executive actions on immigration, including halting the construction of the border fence. Under his administration, there have been 8 million illegal border crossings nationwide and over 6.7 million encounters at our southern border. The Biden administration's continuous open border policies are to blame for the historic crisis. We need action now. We need it yesterday. We must pass over in the Senate H.R. 2, the strongest border security bill in congressional history, immediately. We must complete the wall, change asylum rules to not be such a joke, to prevent millions of illegals being attracted here by a magnet, streamline quick deportations, and end parole in the United States. We cannot continue this to allow to stand any longer. It's killing our country and our economy. I yield back.
Are there additional one-minute speeches? Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of the special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, before I turn the time to my colleague from Utah, just wanted to quickly highlight and reiterate the importance of what we're doing here as a House GOP. This week, House Republicans, during the holiday break, took the time with over 60 of us to go down to the border and just be able to share what is truly going on. And we get to hear, hopefully today, a little bit more about this. At no point in our nation's history has the situation on the southern border reached the levels of policy failure, humanitarian disaster, and national security threat that it has under the Biden administration. Many of my House Republican colleagues witnessed firsthand the tragedy at our border last week. It's out of control, and the Biden administration has completely dropped the ball on this issue and threatened the safety of every American community in the process. The issue is, it is more simple than this. And to President Biden, look, the gig is up. You took office and you thought, okay, let's just reverse everything that the Trump administration had been doing. Let's not necessarily evaluate, was it successful? Was it the right policy? Let's just kind of use our executive pen to reverse everything. It is very simple to consider migrant protection protocols, the Remain in Mexico policy, catch and release. These are simple policy changes that would have an immediate positive impact. And many of my colleagues were able to see this, witness this again firsthand this past week, and I look forward to hearing from Representative Burgess Owens from the great state of Utah on more of this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently joined Speaker Johnson and more than 60 colleagues to visit the southern border of Eagle Pass, Texas, one of the busiest Border Patrol entry points. What I witnessed was nothing short of an invasion facilitated by the purposeful policies of the Biden administration. It was my second trip to the border since the spring of 2021, and regrettably, the situation has only gotten worse. 2 years ago, I encountered a heart-wrenching tragedy of an unaccompanied autistic 7-year-old child, little girl, that was trafficked by the Mexican cartel. My guess is the Biden administration is clueless as to the status of this vulnerable young lady. My guess also is that she is now one of the over 100,000 unaccompanied children that have been trafficked through the Biden administration's open border, and now lost. 100,000 innocent children lost to our system. It highlights the heartless administration that does not care about the innocents. But the crisis doesn't end here. Over 100,000 Americans, primarily aged between 19 and 48, have fallen victim to fentanyl, a deadly weapon shipped from China to Mexico, processed, and then smuggled across our borders. More Americans have lost their lives in a single year than the two 20-year wars, Vietnam and Afghanistan combined. And as these Americans are being poisoned across our country, by the way, this is cross-party line, it doesn't matter what our race, creed, or color might be, take one, and we lost another child. And as we're losing Americans, over 100,000, at this one port of entry, Eagle Pass, they're making over $34 million a year. $34 million per week through this trafficking of fentanyl. President Biden did not inherit this crisis at our southern border. He purposely created it by rolling back the successful Trump policies and then refusing to enforce U.S. immigration laws. In his first 100 days, he took 94 executive actions on immigration, resulting in 1.8 million illegal crossings since January of 2021. This is why I joined my House Republican colleagues to pass the Border Act of 2023, 7 months ago, which offered common sense solutions to the Biden border crisis. This legislation demands the completion of the border wall, the end of catch and release, an increase in Border Patrol agents, a halt to the flow of deadly fentanyl, and protection of our innocent children from human traffickers. It places the safety of American people first, a sentiment shared by citizens throughout our country who are tired of Washington's inactions. However, the Senate Democrats refused to bring it to the floor for a vote. I urge the Senate to immediately pass H.R. 2, send it to the President's desk, and stand up for the safety, security, and sacred laws of our great nation. Thank you, and now I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Burgess Owens. A firsthand look. I spent time at the border. I believe it was in the late spring, and the same situation continues on. Again, the solutions are right in front of us, and we just have to we just need the Biden administration to recognize that. Next, look forward to hearing again from the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa.
Thank you to my colleague. I appreciate the time to be able to weigh in on some of these issues in a little more relaxed manner here and spend some time. So I want to talk a little bit about legislation we're working on here known as SJ Resolution 38. It's, in this case, it would ensure our taxpayer dollars are used to buy American-made products, something that has had bipartisan support, nonpartisan support in the past around here. And certainly when we're talking about we're going to have something domestically produced or buy it from a foreign, whether it's competitor or ally or what have you, one thing we shouldn't be doing is buying more and more things from China. What is the sense of exporting so many of our dollars over to somebody who is such an adversary at so many things on the world front with the funding of countries that are helping to sponsor terrorism? The unrest they're causing, they're helping fund the unrest in the Middle East. Of course, a constant threat to Taiwan and the other islands in the South China Sea that are possessions of Japan and others. Constant aggression on that. They sink many other smaller countries into huge debt by dangling out loans on that they know they can't repay, and pretty soon they can take over the resources of that country. Why in the world is the United States of America? We can produce anything we want here. We can produce it well, usually of best quality, using the best practices by far. Yet what are we doing? We're hamstringing our own ability to strengthen our own economy with the energy we need to produce in order to do that, with environmental policies that 50 years ago were well-intentioned. They've been completely weaponized against industries and farms and farming, mining, timber. I mean, the West burns each year massively. In California, my colleagues in Utah, it's endless. And a lot of this comes from currently Biden administration policies. And I jump back 3 years to 8 years of Obama-era policies that have put us in this spot. So currently, President Biden, he wants to shoot down the waiver to eliminate the Buy in America requirements for, in this case, electric vehicle chargers. That's what this Bill 38 is about, which would be purchased under the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, another boondoggle in itself. But if the money is going to be forced to be spent, and we have to buy these electric chargers for electric cars, at least can we have them be America-produced, American-made? Now, again, don't get me mixed up with the electric car crowd. I don't think we should be forcing that on anybody. And at the same time as they're tearing down the California power grid, with the dams they're removing on the Klamath River up in the north part of my district and one of them across the border, and then threatening the Snake River farther up and one down in Mendocino County. It's just one thing after another, getting rid of hydroelectric power and also the ability to store water and for the water to be retained during flood control season and for some recreation. Yes, even water available to let out for fish when they need to. When they tear these dams out, we lose that green, renewable, clean, CO2-free power by these policies. Although I'll addendum to that is that CO2 is not a problem. It's only 0.04% of our atmosphere. But if the left wants to keep playing these games, we're talking about here, they want to export the jobs to China to build these electric car chargers. They want to tear down the dams that produce CO2-free, green, renewable power and try and build even more batteries and more windmills that chop up the birds and only run when there's a little bit of wind, and the solar plants that only run during the daytime when it's not a cloudy or rainy or snow-covered day. I mean, it's amazingly how dumb these ideas are. So in 21, the Democrats included $7.5 billion of taxpayer money for electric vehicle charging stations in their pie-in-the-sky idea that we're going to electrify everything in a few years. Again, this was the Infrastructure and Jobs Act. I don't support the forced purchase and proliferation of electric vehicles, but doggone it, if we're going to at least do this part, we've got to do Buy America. Why do we have to steamroll our own laws? Why is the administration doing this? Backstabbing our American manufacturers and sending billions over to China and other Asian markets. So, in the process, it also destroys our immigration laws and just fosters more chaos at the border when we have this continued policy by the Biden administration of basically ignoring the border. You know, as mentioned earlier, 64 of my colleagues went to the border. I've paid a couple visits myself in Arizona and California and such. And it is indeed chaos. They're just walking right past you when you go visit the border. And some of these are nice folks from Central America, you know, families and such. But we keep putting out the magnet, the green light to come across. And we've talked many times about the numbers coming across the border. It'd be like 10,000 a day just in the month of December, 300,000 for a month. This is all the burden is being borne even by our Democrat-run cities. Even they're starting to cry uncle. But, you know, instead we have the governor of, Illinois? No, New Jersey, saying, well, we need to check with these bus companies and see where they're all coming from. No, you need to check over here at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. That's where the policy's coming from. It isn't bus companies from Texas or Florida or something. That's who you need to be talking to, because that's where the problem is. So indeed, the administration shifting from pushing our jobs overseas and then having our jobs here filled by people who are coming here illegally, it's the chaos they've had at the border coupled with these other policies. Fentanyl coming across the border. Who knows what kind of terror cells are being built by people coming across the border illegally, and the gun running and everything else that can happen. So it even has resulted in the housing of illegal immigrants in our national park system, including a national park right there in New York City. So people can't use it. Now, you've seen the stories here more and more recently about they're going to be housing them in schools. Kids are getting kicked out of schools in New York right now because they have a supposedly temporary problem. They have to house them in the gym so the kids can go online, back to Zoom learning, like during the height of COVID, which was manipulated. My own home state of California, which took an extra year to allow kids back into school. What a mess. Why are these people entrusted with power? You know, when you talk to the American public, this is all preventable. We don't have to live like this when we're talking energy, when we're talking domestic production. No, we'd rather export it, I guess, and have kids in Africa mine the products in order to have your electric car and electric gadgetry. So when we're looking at the park police problem, that indeed, I mean, the national parks, our park police have testified that these encampments on our national park lands that people would normally want to be enjoying and using, it endangers the people that would use them, and also those that are there that are in the wintertime, these areas can end up being a floodplain, like the one in New York City. So you're actually endangering the illegal immigrants that you're attracting until recently, when it seems maybe the light's starting to turn on for the governor of New York and the mayor of New York City and such. I don't know. So we have this porous border. We have a massive problem with the encounters that we have at the border here, overwhelming our demoralized Border Patrol folks. How are they supposed to do their job? When my visit down in Arizona, they actually had people in vans that the government provided to go over and just go ahead and pick people up at the gaps in the border that they still have now and get them to the processing centers sooner. And we know that 85% of them are not going to be heard at their asylum trial anytime soon. So one thing after another is wrecking our economy, wrecking people's confidence in government and the ability just to conduct their own lives. There's no reason we need to have such costly ways of doing business with energy, with procuring food, everything else that is happening under this Biden administration, where just 3 years ago, things were looking pretty good on the cost of fuel, on the cost of groceries, employment, looking pretty good until they used COVID as a weapon to attack our economy at that time and try and make it look bad in order to win a 2020 election. So we got a lot of complex issues, but the solutions really aren't that tough when you get down to it. Enforce the border laws we have. We don't need comprehensive immigration reform. We already know what we're supposed to do about the border. We just need to enforce the laws we have and have common sense applied to asylum. So with that, at the same time, let's not export American jobs that we could be doing if we have to produce these electric vehicle charging stations. So at least let Americans produce them instead of sending them to China and empowering them even more. So with that, I do thank you for the time, and I will yield back, and good luck to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to the gentleman from California. Speaking very plainly, very simply, these solutions are right in front of us. Next, I will yield so much time as he may consume to the gentleman from North Carolina, Dr. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to CMS's proposed Medicare cut of 3.37%. Just to put this in perspective, when a physician sees a Medicare patient, they do it because they care about patients. They do not do it for money because it doesn't make financial sense. I'm just going to give an example here. Say you own a hardware store and you want to sell hammers. It costs you $1 for each hammer. But then because of Medicare, say the hammer's on Medicare or you have to buy the Medicare, you have to sell it for 60 cents. How long do you stay in business? It doesn't make sense. And so as we move time and time and time again, the number of physicians who are able to take Medicare patients out of the goodness of their heart is falling and falling and falling. You actually lose money on Medicare or Medicaid patients that has to be taken up through cost shifting for regular insurance. You know, when I ran a private practice, I stayed up many, many nights, Saturday nights, searching for paper clips, making sure that I knew where every penny went. I just had to make sure that my staff got paid, the bills got paid, before I ever got paid. You know, oftentimes when I did not take a salary on many, many times because the numbers did not work, because my practice was heavily, heavily Medicare. In fact, adjusted for inflation for the last 20 years, Medicare physician fee schedules have dropped 20%. Dropped. And this is in the light of the massive inflation we've had over the last 2 years, even worse. So what other profession expects to get a pay cut every year? This has got to stop. These are the people who actually are up in the middle of the night taking care of your grandmother who has appendicitis, taking care of your daughter, taking care of your child with a broken arm. They're the ones, and here we are rewarding them because they basically have to take government-paid patients by cutting and cutting and cutting. One of Obamacare's directives was to starve private practices, to force physicians to work in hospitals or big conglomerations. How did they do this? They cut their pay every year, while hospitals, although not as much so, got raises every year. So what does this do? It pushes physicians out of private practice because they can't pay the bills. Like my particular practice, when I left, my partner said, we can't do this anymore. We're going to go be acquired by a hospital. We can't provide the care to the patients that they need. Why is it a bad model? Private practice physicians are different birds than employed physicians. It's just very simple. It's a well-known fact in medicine. Those employed physicians tend to be less efficient, cost more, tend to work more on the clock. Those who are in private practice put a taproot down in a community, they stay there, and they're someone's doctors for 20, 30 years or more. This is not happening now. They've made transitory medicine the rule, not the exception. Medicare fee schedule is something that the cuts that are going to this absolutely need to stop. This is why I introduced House Resolution 6683, the Preserving Seniors Access to Physicians Act. This legislation will stop this year's cuts while we work on a permanent solution. This is not something that needs to happen year after year after year. We're cutting, cutting, and cutting the people who actually take care of patients. Mr. Speaker, I came to Congress to help work with colleagues to help fix Medicare. We're facing an absolute calamity with a shortage of doctors, especially surgeons, in the next 3 to 5 years. Those who are reaching retirement age, instead of working like most physicians do, are finally throwing up their hands and saying, we're done. Sadly enough, the ones coming out of medical school now, because of some of the processes now we're not working hard enough, are not nearly coming out in the numbers and the efficiency to take place of those retiring. Every day, we now add 10,000 patients newly to the Medicare rolls. You're expecting doctors to continue to take more and more Medicare, earning less and less and less. They're going to go out of business or have to go into employment, which we all know is a worse way of taking care of patients. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to support HH 6683 and help us try to keep medicine back on track. Thank you. I reserve the time.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy. Ian and I sit on the same committee over health care, the Ways and Means Committee, and if his remarks seem personal, it's because they are. He has had such a close experience with this, and no one makes the point better that our costs continue, all of our providers' costs continue to go up because of bad monetary policy that we've seen, particularly in the last few years. And then when we constantly tell these providers, you're going to have to do more with less, like, they have to make decisions. And this is ultimately the worst possible thing for our patients. The crowding out effect that we've got going on in our economy right now, particularly with things related to government funding, there is no situation where it's worse than this. The inability for us to get after our true debt and deficit drivers will continue to crowd out, so these type of cuts are forced on providers, and we have to be willing and adults to be able to figure that out. So thank you for that, Dr. Murphy. Next, look forward to hearing from my colleague from Indiana, Mr. Bashan.
Thank you for yielding the time, Mr. Speaker. Look, I'm rising today to advocate for America's patients and their physicians. Over the past 3 years, doctors across the nation have more than stepped up to the challenges that they've encountered, COVID, often risking their own health and safety to protect our communities. That not only includes the physicians, that includes the nurses, the technicians, and everyone in America's hospitals. However, when Congress left town in December, we once again let down America's doctors by allowing a 3.37% Medicare payment cut to hit January 1st. As a cardiothoracic surgeon for 15 years, I've seen firsthand the consequences of cuts like these. And what is the consequence? Access to quality health care. Rural America that I represent, underserved urban America, the American people. The payment cut to physicians will impede patients' access to care while increasing the gap between physician expenses and reimbursement rates. I want to associate myself with Dr. Murphy's comments. Costs are dramatically going up. And if that continues, more and more of America's physicians will not take Medicare. I didn't say Medicaid, I said Medicare. Given the existing shortage of physicians in the United States, the combination of declining reimbursement and rapidly rising costs threatens to drive more doctors out of the profession, particularly, as I mentioned, in rural and underserved urban America. And it's led to a lot of consolidation. As Dr. Murphy mentioned, physicians being consolidated into large medical practice or employed
by large hospital systems. Fortunately, we have a window of opportunity to right this wrong and support the thousands of hardworking men and women serving millions of Medicare beneficiaries. We must stop the bleeding and eliminate the full 3.37 cut by January 19th. Congress must also implement a permanent solution that will halt the downward spiral of physician reimbursement and provide much needed and deserved stability for America's doctors. Again, if we want access to America's seniors to the Medicare program, we have to act. We have to act soon. Again, it's not just physicians out there not taking Medicaid, they're not taking Medicare. I have elderly in-laws and an elderly mother. They've experienced this. In fact, we had a hearing in Energy and Commerce a couple of weeks ago. There was an economist there that said, and he couched it in a way that was positive. He said, well, 60% of America's seniors are not having trouble finding a primary care physician. When it came around time for my questioning, I said, well, I want to rephrase that. 40% of America's seniors are struggling to find a primary care doctor. That's a big number, folks. 40% of America's seniors are struggling. Their physician retires, their physician moves. Trying to find a new primary care doctor is a big challenge. We cannot let this continue. Again, urban America in underserved areas, rural America that I represent. In 2023, for a more permanent solution, I introduced the bipartisan Strengthening Medicare for Patients and Providers Act, which would tie the annual physician fee schedule updates to inflationary measurements, the Medicare Economic Index, or MEI, a move that's both fair and efficient. It's been promoted by almost every medical society in America. Thinks it's a good idea. I don't have the graph in front of me, but let me just show you what it shows. Outpatient and inpatient hospital care gets an update based on inflation every year. Providers do not. And as Dr. Murphy outlined, it's been at least a 20% cut just based on that in the most recent history. And even more if you factor in the massive inflation we've had, which thankfully is down, that we had last year and the year before, though. The current path toward further consolidation, physician burnout, closure of medical practices must be corrected. If we don't correct this, the problems I outlined are going to continue. I urge congressional leadership to address this critical issue, and I will continue to advance patient-centered solutions that empower patients and support innovation to ensure that all Americans have access to quality, affordable health care. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Dr. Bucshon. Another incredible perspective on this looming issue that seems to just be year over year over year, and we cannot continue to put our medical providers in this situation. I now yield the time that he may consume to the gentleman, Mr. Rose.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman from Utah, Vice Chairman Moore, for yielding and for claiming this time this afternoon to discuss these important issues facing our nation. Mr. Speaker, as the music note dropped in Nashville and Americans rang in New Year on January 1st, we woke up in the morning to horrifying news. 302,000 illegal immigrant encounters had occurred at our southern border, the most in any single month ever in December 2023. To put this number into perspective, that is more than the entire population of Knoxville, Tennessee, which is the third largest city in my home state of Tennessee. Keep in mind that out of the 302,000 illegal immigrants encountered at the southern border, none of these include the illegal immigrants who successfully evaded our Customs and Border Patrol agents. But, Mr. Speaker, it's actually much worse. In fact, in fiscal year 2023, which ended on September 30th, so it doesn't include the record-breaking month of December, Customs and Border Protection reported 2.48 million illegal immigrant encounters, and there were over 1.1 million known gotaways. That includes 169 people who were stopped trying to cross the border in fiscal year 2023 whose names appear on the terrorist watch list, which is more than in fiscal years 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22 combined, or to put it another way, the entire Trump presidency plus Biden's first 2 years. Additionally, border officials seized 27,293 pounds of fentanyl in fiscal year 2023. That's a whopping 464% increase from 2020, and obviously points out the failure of the White House and the Department of Homeland Security to enforce our nation's laws. Their desire for open border policies is wreaking havoc on an entire generation of young people in my home state and across our country who are dying from fentanyl overdose at an alarming rate. From halting border wall construction to ending the successful Remain in Mexico program implemented during the Trump administration, to ending Title 42 powers that kept illegals out of the country, the White House continues to send a message to the world that our borders are wide open. Thankfully, there is a solution that would make for a great New Year's resolution. The House Republicans passed H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act of 2023. It would end the catch and release policy, pay more for Border Patrol agents, restart important border wall construction, and strengthen and streamline the asylum process. Bottom line, we must enforce the laws already on the books and pass new ones that put an end to the skyrocketing illegal immigration disrupting every corner of America, including my home state of Tennessee. But unfortunately, until then, every town in President Biden's America will be a border town. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Tennessee. I echo his sentiments. I'll continue to speak on it today, that the solutions at the border are simple. We've got actual data that can just be re-implemented, and we can get rid of the politics involved and just do something right by our nation. And we look forward to an opportunity to leverage this moment to get this border policy through. And the things within H.R. 2 make absolute sense. Looking forward to now to my colleague from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce. I yield him the time that he may consume.
I thank the Vice Chairman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, last week I joined the largest congressional delegation in history to visit our southern border. What we saw is absolutely alarming. Alarming to me personally, and will be alarming to every American. We saw a Border Patrol station that has been under the constant siege for months. We saw our community in Eagles Pass dealing with the strain of over 300,000 migrants crossing the border in the past 30 days. And we saw an emboldened cartel that continues to smuggle drugs and human trafficking into every community in America. Speaking to Border Patrol agents and local sheriffs, it is clear that President Biden's open border policies have led to this national security crisis. In the past 3 years, we've seen the number of attempted entries by individuals on the terrorist watch list skyrocket to over 100 a year. With 1.5 million known gotaways reported by the Border Patrol, that number is surely larger. We've seen an increase in drug smuggling with substances like fentanyl, methamphetamine, heroin entering our nation at record levels. And we've seen reports of public schools being used as holding facilities for migrants instead of being used for American students who are already suffering from historic learning losses after the COVID pandemic. All of this, it amounts to a pattern of failure brought on by the Biden administration's refusal to address the border crisis head on. Half measures will not keep Americans safe. It's time for the Senate to pass H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act, and begin working in good faith to protect our communities. For far too long, my constituents, have been poisoned by fentanyl analogs that are created in China, made into pills in Mexico, and brought into the United States through an open southern border. It is time to enforce our laws. It is time to reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy. It is time to give Border Patrol agents the tools and the resources that they need to protect our border, to protect the sovereignty of our country. It is time to secure our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
Thank you, Dr. Joyce, and appreciate you going down there over the, the holiday break. Next, I yield as much time as he may consume to my good friend and colleague from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank you for hosting the special order. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss CMS's Medicare physician fee schedule, which threatens seniors' access to health care, exacerbates vertical consolidation within the market, and will further drive patients toward higher-cost sites of service. Physician costs are growing, but their reimbursements are shrinking yet again. Folks, in America, we all want the same thing. When it comes to health care, whether you're a Republican, a Democrat, an independent, or whatever, you want accessible, affordable, quality health care. Everyone wants that. This is causing all three to suffer. Accessibility is decreasing. More physicians no longer accepting Medicaid, no longer accepting Medicare. Accessibility, affordability, driving patients to higher cost sites, and of course quality. Quality goes down when we lose quality physicians, and we are losing them. They're getting out of the practices because they can't afford to stay in the practices. In fact, Medicare doctor payments have been cut by almost 10% over the last 4 years. This is simply unsustainable. Fortunately, we've had a window of opportunity to right this wrong and support the thousands of hardworking men and women serving millions of Medicare beneficiaries. Over the holidays, I spoke with doctors in my district that are preparing to make painful decisions, including service reductions and hiring freezes. For patients, this means an inability to get even basic health care services close to their homes or longer wait times as overwhelmed staff race to keep up. That's why I'm working closely with my bipartisan colleagues on a permanent solution, but we need to stop the full 3.37% cut and ensure that physicians have the financial support necessary to care for our seniors. This is the United States of America. We have the greatest health care system in the world, and we're ruining it. Again, I don't care if you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, red, blue, green, I don't care. We all want the same thing. We want accessible, affordable, quality health care. This is ruining it. We've got to compensate our physicians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Georgia as he carts off here, emphasizing the need for good health care. I hear this from several of my friends and family, constituents back home. I think one of the most alarming things that we're seeing right now in the healthcare provider world is, when I grew up, I had a lot of friends, parents were physicians. They would always encourage their child to go into medical school and do a career that they loved so much. And this may just be an anecdote, but I'm literally seeing it to that next generation of current providers saying, try something different. And again, that may just be my experience. I don't think it is, because I've heard a lot of it from other colleagues of mine. That we can't look back at this time and say we didn't address this issue of not doing right by our providers, by our rural health care, and making sure that they have what they need to be able to navigate the costs that are continually increasing and being able to provide for their patients. And we, as Dr. Murphy also talked about, we have to have private practices being able to stay nimble and stay focused on their specific community and not just build big conglomerates. Small business is the backbone of our nation, and that needs to exist also in the healthcare market. And let me just, as I work to close here, just turn to the other topic that we talked heavily about today was the border. I spent some time home the last few weeks, and as I met with and had different forums back home with constituents, I explained to them, one of the biggest problems with the way that policy works in Washington, D.C., in a very partisan, difficult circumstances back here. I don't think anybody from either side of the aisle would disagree with me that it becomes very difficult. You have you have also a unique factor in the Senate that requires a 60-vote threshold. Every bill needs to be bipartisan in the Senate. That requirement isn't here in the majoritarian rule House, but that's what we live with, and particularly when there's split government, we have difficult decisions and difficult things to navigate. And the point that I made to him was, with my Democratic colleagues, we often can find the first 3 or 4 provisions of a particular issue that we agree with. But then that's when it becomes difficult. Because if Democrats want the 5th and the 6th and the 7th item, then they will say, nope, we're not going to vote for any of the things we agree on until we get some of these things that we want. Even though we agree on the baseline. We do it too. We have certain things that we want to make sure that we get, and then we're going to leverage that so we don't get the basics done. I can't think of a scenario where this applies more than our border crisis right now. I don't want to make this political. I remember a little while ago when there was 30-some-odd migrants that suffocated in the back of a truck. It was a blip on the news feed, right? It was so quick, it came out as a news cycle so fast. And that's the danger of what's going on right now, is we have empowered the cartel networks that we should be united against. We have empowered the cartel networks to own the border. I heard a staggering statistic, I don't have the number in front of me, on we've calculated on how much money those cartels are making on a weekly to a monthly basis. And it's terrifying because that money is going directly into the drug trade, where people were, with the fentanyl crisis is one of the biggest impacts that this has on our community. I held this huge roundtable back in Utah with all the caretakers, law enforcement, advocacy groups, a very nonpartisan conversation, and it was so concerning on what was going on. But this is what I want to tell the American people. We actually agree that we should do a lot of the elements in H.R. 2. We should shore up that protection. But then there becomes, that border security. But then there becomes, we need to make sure that we streamline the visa process. We need to make sure that we get a stronger workforce here. And I'm here to tell you, we actually largely will agree on that aspect of a comprehensive immigration reform. But as we've seen with what my biggest criticism of President Biden's administration has been, was to immediately remove, just upon entering the White House, let's reverse the migrant protection protocols, remain in Mexico. That was an executive work that the Trump-Pence administration had done. And then it was we're a new administration, and we got to reverse a lot of things. A lot of the energy things that were done by executive order, it was also this border policy. And I think we're seeing now, it's okay to have made a mistake if you're willing to be the adult to say, look, we actually should re-implement some of this stuff. It is what the American people need. It is what the polling will tell us. It is what we largely agree that there are some basic things that we can get done. And I think not telling the cartels, hey, if you just get folks to the border and you get them across, they're going to get lost in the system. Hey, but you're going to be in there and you're going to be fine. That's what they're telling them. And the individuals, the migrant, the immigrants that are coming here, that's not the experience they're having, because then they get lost in the system and then they're forced to go into the drug trade. Then they're forced to be a part of the workforce of the Sinaloa cartel, once they rush the product through the borders, however way they get it, whether it's a port or not a port, I don't care if it comes through any way. We know it's coming through all of it. That once that product gets here, then these individuals get leverage to do that because they have no other options because they were lied to by the cartels. So what I mean is, if we can agree on some basic stuff, let's implement it. And then if we shore up and get that back to times that we saw in previous presidencies, we can then go and actually work on some of the other immigration policies that also need reform. And I'm committed to doing that, and I hope that we can address that. But if we leave the border with this type of policy that we've seen create a beacon for these cartels, then we will not be able to accomplish anything. And if it has to be done all in one bill, that is unrealistic because it's just a bigger beacon. It's just more opportunity for the cartels to be able to try to get more people through. And it's nonsensical, and I just would hope for every opportunity to tell the Biden administration, this is actually better for you politically. I hate to say it, but this is what the American people need. And that's what my colleagues are trying to emphasize. That's why we worked and spent, over 64 of my colleagues last week spent time down there. The same things that I saw months ago when I visited Eagle Pass, they're continuing on. They're not getting better. There has to be policy change. And I appreciate my colleagues for attending today's special order and sharing their thoughts on these really very important issues. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from Utah yields the remainder of his time, and the Majority Leader designee's time has concluded. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're here this afternoon to discuss America's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and the #1 anti-poverty program for children. It's Social Security. I want to commend my colleague from the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Moore, who just left, for his work on the committee. But here's the issue, Mr. Speaker. This Congress that we're all a part of has not enhanced Social Security, now going on 53 years. So it was 1971 was the last time the United States Congress, which has the responsibility, enhanced Social Security for any of its recipients. 10,000 baby boomers a day become eligible for Social Security. And since 1971, Congress has not taken any action. I'm joined by my colleagues today as we come to this floor and beseech our fellow colleagues to do one simple thing: vote. That is our responsibility. We have a very specific plan that we've put forward. There's also this other plan that's out there, we understand, some sort of debt commission that's going to go behind closed doors and decide what they will cut with respect to Social Security. The American public overwhelmingly, Democrat, Republican, and independents, all say we do not need cuts to the very essential programs that we rely on as a country. For more than 40%, Mr. Speaker, of all Americans, Social Security is the only pension that they have. And Congress hasn't acted in more than 53 years. We need to enhance the program. We need to enhance it in a way that makes sure that everyone gets an across-the-board increase, but especially for 5 million of our fellow Americans, mostly women, who get below poverty level checks from the government of the wealthiest nation in the world because Congress has not taken the time or the effort. And who are these people? They're your brothers, they're your sisters, they're aunts, your uncles, your neighbors, the people you go to church with. And where does this money go? Right back into every single member's district. Mr. Moore in Utah has 110,000 Social Security recipients in his district. Every single member of Congress is getting a card that tells them how many recipients they have in their district, what they receive, whether they're dependents, spouses, or disability. That's what we're focused on. We want a vote, Mr. Speaker, because the American people demand it. That's why I'm joined here for this special hour on this floor by so many of our colleagues. There's so many of us that we hope everyone will recognize their time and consideration for their colleagues, but also would just point out the more than 350 groups across the nation that support Social Security 2100, including the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare, Social Security Works, the NAACP, the AFL-CIO, Paralyzed Veterans of America, the National Education Association, and I could go on. But instead, I'm going to recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, a leader on the Subcommittee on Social Security, Mr. William Pascrell.
Thank you, John. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with my brothers and sisters on behalf of more than 124,000 of my constituents in North Jersey, in the 9th District, who rely on Social Security each and every month. They rely on it. To some, as in the entire country, that's their only means of income, of survival. That's how Social Security was established in the 30s, implemented a few years later. Social Security is one of America's greatest success stories. I remember the first time I ran for Congress in 1996. I walked into a room prepared to deal with the housing codes and public housing. But the only questions folks asked me, where do you stand on Social Security? Do you want to privatize Social Security? Social Security is a success story. 90 years. It stands as a monument to decency and dignity and the birthright of hard-working Americans. Yet, throughout its storied history, Mr. Larson, it has been under attack. Even in 1935, it has been the subject of attacks and lies from day one. The Republican Study Committee, which represents 3/4 of House Republicans, proposed slashing Social Security benefits by $718 billion. The GOP leadership wants to create a so-called fiscal commission in our government funding bill. That is a wolf in sheep's clothing. I'm proud to join my friend and friends and my friend Congressman John Larson in a letter opposing this cynical ploy to slash Social Security and Medicare. Without aggressive action, Social Security lurches toward insolvency. Congress has a sacred responsibility to fight for its future. Same question asked 26 years ago is asked of me today. That is why I'm standing with Mr. Larson on his Social Security 2100 Act, to assure the long-term strength insolvency of Social Security. Social Security 2100 Act provides paid-for benefit enhancements while not raising taxes on middle-class families. It's a no-brainer. Our bill ends the painful 5-month disability waiting period. Who can justify that in this day and age? It would ensure Americans suffering with permanent disorders like Huntington's disease, they get the help they need without red tape or delay. The bill eliminates the windfall elimination provision so that firefighters, police officers, teachers, and others get the full benefits that they have earned. While the Social Security 2100 Act, we are fighting for our seniors who have worked their entire lives and rely on Social Security to make ends meet. We're fighting for working families so that no one who pays into the system over a lifetime ever retires in poverty. We must get this done for the American people, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. There's no excuses. I thank you, and I yield back.
There's no person on the committee who has fought harder for the repeal of WEP and GPO and who stands and understands the significance and impact that Social Security has on so many of her constituents and constituents all across this country. I yield the floor to Linda Sanchez of California.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Congressman John Larson for being the chief advocate for reforming our Social Security system. It's high time that Congress acted to preserve those benefits for people who have earned those benefits by paying into the system over their working lives. I want to touch on another issue that concerns me with respect to Social Security, and that's that we see an increasing number of people who rely on those benefits. Since 2010, the number of individuals who rely on Social Security has increased over 21%. Over that same period of time, Social Security's administrative funding for basic operations has fallen by 17% after you account for inflation. Those shortages, that is, more people needing services but the budget being cut, have caused a significant delay across Social Security for our most vulnerable populations, including those who are awaiting disability benefits. And I have a constituent from my district who's been working with my casework team in my district office for more than a year and a half. This individual had a stroke and applied for disability benefits with Social Security in August of 2022 after becoming paralyzed. He was denied those benefits in June of 2023. He appealed that decision that same month and didn't receive a response from Social Security until November of 2023, stating that his application needed additional review. After 17 months without any form of income, his case was finally approved just this week. Americans should not have to wait this long to see these necessary earned benefits. Instead of working with Democrats to ensure that Social Security has better capability to serve constituents like that one, my Republican colleagues proposed devastating cuts to Social Security. Additional cuts to an agency that is already struggling with a significant backlog would be catastrophic for seniors and individuals with disabilities. And after they want to do these budget cuts, then my Republican colleagues want to turn around and blame the staff at Social Security Administration for not being able to handle the backlog. Unfortunately, the story that I told about my constituent is not unique. There are countless Americans who suffer from disabilities and are unable to get their benefits in a timely manner, and these Americans deserve better. I want to again thank my colleague, Mr. Larson, for leading the charge on reforming this system, on holding up our end of the bargain to people who have paid into the system over their entire working lives. Thank you, Mr. Larson, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. And again, I want to point out that both you and Ms. Moore, who will be speaking next, understand completely that this is an earned benefit, Social Security. It's often referred to on the other side as an entitlement. Hardly an entitlement. Every American knows when they look at their paycheck that it says FICA. That stands for Federal Insurance Contribution. Whose? Yours. Gwen Moore understands that, and that's why she's been fighting on this committee to make sure that we not just only extend the solvency, but we enhance the benefits. Imagine Richard Nixon was president of the United States the last time Congress enhanced any benefits to Social Security. Do you think things have changed a little bit over those years? Every single member of the public ought to be outraged by this. And it's not anything the president can do with executive order. It's not anything that's going to happen through the judiciary. It's only through the United States Congress. And what are we asking of the Congress? We're asking you to vote. That's what Gwen Moore does every week on the committee. The gentlelady from Wisconsin.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman Larson, for holding this special order on the importance of enhancing Social Security. You talk about how things have not changed for the last 80 years since Social Security has been in existence, but I'll tell you one thing. Social Security has not changed its emphasis and focus on allowing our workers to retire and age in dignity and not in poverty. And we should and can enhance the program so that it will be solvent and useful for current and future beneficiaries. Take, for example, some provisions that I've included in the Social Security 2100 Act. And that is to provide beneficiaries receiving payments for 20 years or more an enhancement. As our population lives longer, more and more people may end up living out their savings, especially women. As our students continue to face the daunting costs of pursuing higher education, it's critical that we reinstate the student benefits of retired, deceased, or disabled workers. And again, these reforms would be particularly meaningful for students of color and low-income families. Before closing, I want to add my voice in supporting how important it is that Social Security 2100 recognizes that caregiving is, in fact, uncompensated work. In the United States, 43.5 million people, mostly women, work as unpaid caregivers to their children or aging parents or to an adult family member with a disability, and they don't receive a single dime. The value of that unpaid caregiving is estimated at over $500 billion annually. This bill provides caregiver credits to ensure that people, mostly women, are not penalized when it comes time to claim their Social Security benefits for taking out time out of the workforce to care for children or other dependents. I want to thank you, Mr. Larson, for your continued commitment to preserve and enhance Social Security.
Thank you, Representative Moore. The gentleman from Pennsylvania has done just an incredible job on the Ways and Means Committee, again, advocating on a regular basis, especially for the more than 5 million fellow Americans who get below poverty level checks from Social Security. We're not here just to extend the solvency of Social Security. We have a plan that the President of the United States supports, that's fully paid for. It's paid for by having people, you ready for this, who are making over $400,000. Raise your hand in the gallery if you're making more than $400,000. People who are making more than $400,000, that's about 0.6% of the American people, and yet just in doing that, we will both extend the insolvency and enhance the program that's fully paid for and make sure the trust fund stays intact. That's what the gentleman from Pennsylvania fights for. Mr. Evans, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson.
for hosting this special order hour so we can discuss the importance of this country's most effective anti-poverty program. I want to be clear, Social Security is an earned benefit. It is the insurance people pay for every paycheck, and it's the bedrock of retirement security, with benefits guaranteed to nearly all seniors. In my district, in the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia, there are about 120,000 Social Security recipients who receive $1.94 million in monthly benefits. That includes many of our nation's most vulnerable, including retirees, folks with disability, and children. Social Security guarantees benefits, keeping many recipients from groups out of poverty. But these protections are especially vital to Black and brown Americans. Without Social Security, 21.7 million more adults and children would be below the poverty line. That is why Democrats are consistently fighting to stop Republicans' attempt to dismantle this vital program. Time and time again, Republicans have put forth many plans after plans to cut Social Security benefits and raise the minimum retirement age. In the current Congress, they propose a fiscal commission to address the national debt, which we all know is just a backdoor way to cut essential programs like Social Security and Medicare. However, in contrast to Republicans, Democrats are offering a proposal that will protect and expand Social Security program. That is why I'm proud to support Congressman Lawson's Social Security 21 Act. This transformation legislation would permanently increase benefits by 2% across the board on the average for all Social Security beneficiaries for the first time in 52 years. And we would pay this bill by ensuring millionaires and billionaires finally pay their fair share into Social Security. The American public is on our side when it comes down to protecting, expanding Social Security. Poll after poll finds that the vast majority of Americans believe Social Security benefits would reduce in any way would not and support proposals to increase benefits. That is why I remain steadfast in opposing any and all cuts to Social Security. And I will continue to work with my Democratic colleagues to protect expanding, delivering Social Security benefits for all those who earn. Again, I want to thank Congressman Lawson for hosting this special hour and thank him for his consistent leadership. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania, and I again want to thank again the National Committee to Preserve and Protect Social Security, Social Security Works, the Alliance for Retired Americans, the NAACP, the AFL-CIO, and the AARP, which came out most recently condemning the so-called commission that's coming down the pike. Every American should be aware of this. When they're talking about a debt commission, what they're talking about is cutting Social Security. A commission that goes behind closed doors and without public hearings decides what is going to be the future of Social Security. Americans fully support, Democrats, Republicans, and Independents support Social Security and enhancing it. Nobody knows that better than Steve Horsford, who represents more than 150,000 Social Security recipients in his home state of Nevada. I yield the floor to Mr. Horsford.
I'd like to thank the gentleman from Connecticut, Congressman Larson, for bringing us together for this important special order, and to thank you for your tremendous leadership on Social Security as the ranking member of the Ways and Means Subcommittee on Social Security, and for introducing the Social Security 2100 Act, which I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor of. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about the urgent need for us to take action to protect and to improve one of the most important programs in our nation, Social Security. It's shameful that it's been more than 50 years since Social Security benefits have been improved. Social Security is vital to making sure our senior citizens, the disabled, and many children in Nevada and all across the country are able to keep a roof over their heads and to keep food on the table. Mr. Speaker, there are 149,700 Social Security recipients in Nevada's 4th Congressional District, which I'm honored to represent. This includes 113,832 retirees, 8,380 children, 11,279 widows and spouses, and 16,209 disabled workers. Collectively, they received $248 million in monthly benefits in our district alone. And when beneficiaries receive their Social Security checks, what do? They turn around and they spend that money in our communities, helping to churn the local economic engine. Now, I know some of my colleagues on the other side will say we can't afford it. Well, the truth is, we can't not afford it. By simply ensuring billionaires and millionaires pay just their fair share of FICA that everyone else who works every day does, we can absolutely afford it. With these funds, we can increase benefits for all recipients by 2%, which would be the first general increase in Social Security in over 52 years. So you tell my constituents we can't afford it. Meanwhile, they're struggling to afford their rent and their food. Something else that I hear a lot about from my constituents is the fact that this bill, as proposed by Congressman Larson, repeals the windfall eliminations provision, the WEP, and the government pension offset that currently penalizes many workers who have worked in the public sector, including teachers in Nevada. Mr. Speaker, I have one of the most diverse districts in the country, and I also have a significant military presence and many veterans who live in my district. Social Security's progressive benefit formula is particularly important for groups that tend to earn lower wages during their working lives, which include African Americans and Latino families. For example, in 2020, average earnings were about $41,000 for African Americans and $38,000 for Hispanics. The progressive formula means benefits replace a higher share of pre-retirement earnings for low-wage workers. People of color are less likely to work for employers who offer pensions and less likely to receive pension benefits in retirement, which weakens their security. And in 2014, 30% of African American seniors, 19% of Latino seniors, and 25% of Asian American seniors received income from pensions or retirement benefits other than Social Security. This compares to 47% of white seniors. Mr. Speaker, many of the Latino and Black seniors in my district and all across the country, they rely on Social Security for all or nearly all of their income. So after decades of hard work, they deserve the benefits that they've earned, and they deserve a program that keeps their benefits in line with inflation and cost of living. So by preserving and expanding benefits, Social Security 2100 would increase retirement security for people of color who have worked hard and who depend upon Social Security in their retirement. Finally, Mr. Speaker, nearly 1 in 5 adult Social Security beneficiaries are veterans, military service members who pay FICA, earning future retirement, survivor, and disability benefits. Seriously injured veterans may be eligible for Social Security disability benefits, and over 8 million veterans received Social Security benefits in 2022. This is more than 5.41 million veterans who receive disability compensation from the Department of the VA. The Social Security 2100 Act will extend the Social Security Trust Fund until 2066 and increase benefits for every recipient. Only we, the Congress, can make the necessary changes to protect and enhance Social Security, and we must take that action. I look forward to working with my colleagues on this side of the aisle to put people over politics and to protect Social Security.
And I was reminded when he spoke about our fellow colleague on the Ways and Means Committee, John Lewis, who said that, in fact, Social Security is the civil rights movement. Someone who understands, with the birth date of Martin Luther King coming up this Monday, our celebration of that, one of our leaders who truly understands the fierce urgency of now and what it means to have to pass Social Security for the constituents that we represent who need it the most. I yield the floor to the gentlelady from Massachusetts, our leader, Lori Trahan.
Mr. Speaker, the overwhelming majority of Americans, Democrats, Republicans, and independents alike, are clear in their support for Social Security. In fact, nearly 9 in every 10 Americans oppose cutting Social Security. That's because for the last 88 years, Social Security has helped millions of Americans retire from a lifetime of work with the dignity that they deserve. But despite the undeniable success and popularity of the program, House Republicans have remained relentless in their fight to dismantle and defund it. What's worse, Mr. Speaker, is Republicans turning their backs on a fundamental promise to the American people, a sacred trust. We're contributing to Social Security. That means that the same safety net that supported our grandparents will be there to support us in retirement. House Democrats still believe in that sacred trust. We want to uphold our end of the promise. That's why I'm proud to support and join Congressman Larson and members of the House Democratic Caucus in supporting Social Security 2100 to increase seniors' benefits, protect against inflation, and strengthen the program for generations to come. I thank the gentleman from Connecticut for his relentless, his tireless leadership on this vital issue, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady from Massachusetts. I want to recognize the gentleman from Connecticut, who I've gone together with him across the state of Connecticut as we've talked about Social Security and its importance and significance. Nobody understands it better, especially its impact on teachers and firefighters and police officers and municipal workers who have long been prevented getting through WEP and GPO, but under this bill, that all changes because of the efforts of Representative Joe Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to begin by thanking my colleague, Congressman John Larson, for his thoughtful, courageous leadership on this issue, crafting Social Security 2100, which is the only comprehensive paid-for measure which enhances Social Security and averts the 2034 cliff that this country is going to encounter if Congress does not act. As Mr. Larson stated, that when this social insurance program was created in 1935, signed into law by Franklin Roosevelt, it was created as an insurance program, but Congress over time, in numerous cases, has reformed the bill to protect the basic promise which was made by the Congress and by President Roosevelt to make sure that people who are retired, people who are children who've lost a parent, and in recent times, people with disability are protected from the vagaries of life. Again, we have stepped forward and taken care of challenges, fiscal challenges that the bill has encountered, the law has encountered. John's bill, what it would do in essence is it would extend the solvency of Social Security to 2066. And we would avoid the cliff that we're going to hit in 2035. It would not gouge or cut any benefits. The Republican study group is talking about raising the retirement age. That's a Social Security cut for people who have paid into this program out of payroll year in and year out. It increases the net benefits by 2% on average for all beneficiaries. It rebases the program so that people will not receive Social Security below and be below the poverty line. It is exactly, in other words, what this country is looking for a program that affects every single American, every single family member. Everybody cares about Social Security, and it is our job to, just like prior Congresses, when they've been approaching these fiscal challenges, to act. And what we need is for John's bill to be taken up and voted on. We don't need commissions that are going to take this bill behind closed doors with no transparency, which, again, is exactly the opposite of what the people of this country want. They want to see what we're doing, because this affects them and all those years of insurance payments that they have put into this program. We need to take up John Larson's bill, Social Security 2100. And again, I implore the leadership of this Congress to move and to act and to not go down the path of a non-transparent commission, which is going to shut out the American people. That is not how we fix Social Security. So thank you, Mr. Larson, for your leadership. Let's move forward on Social Security 2100. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Connecticut and recognized the deaness of the United States Congress, the gentlelady from Ohio, who has more than 143,000 Social Security recipients in her district and has been a tireless fighter for Social Security before I even came to the United States Congress. So we want to applaud your efforts, Marcy, and yield the floor to Marcy Kaptur from Ohio.
Thank you, Ranking Member Larson, for yielding time and for your noble, tireless work safeguarding Social Security for the benefit of all Americans. For nearly a century, America has made a sacred promise. Those who work hard throughout their lives will benefit from the fruits of their labor upon retirement. Social Security promises a safe and secure retirement for tens of millions of Americans during their golden years. But without action, that promise is at risk. I hear from thousands of retirees across northwestern Ohio who want to see a responsible solution to refinance Social Security going forward. 1 of 5 Social Security beneficiaries are veterans. Let me observe, the billionaire class must join the vast majority of Americans in paying their fair share into the system itself. And by making that happen, the Social Security 2100 Act, championed by Congressman Larson and all of us, will increase benefits for current and new beneficiaries, protect retirees against inflation, and repeal the windfall elimination provision. We must push for a vote on the House floor as soon as possible. The Social Security 2100 Act is one of the most important bills before this Congress. There are 182 House co-sponsors of this bill, and Speaker Johnson, please move this bill to the floor for a vote. Social Security is an earned benefit, and America made a promise to workers, and Democrats are committed to making good on that promise. I'm the granddaughter of immigrants. They worked at the lowest wages and the worst jobs. First fired, last hired. They simply could not have existed if it were not for Social Security. The same is true for my parents. And you see, Social Security is not just a program. It is a trust, a sacred insurance trust. And that trust is intergenerational. I want to thank Congressman John Larson for your dogged, persistent efforts to move this issue forward. And I may be the only member here in this chamber tonight who was present in the 98th Congress in April of 1983, after I was first elected to Congress, and soon after became a deciding vote in April of that year for the refinancing of Social Security for the next generation. What an unforgettable moment that was. I sat right in that seat right there, and I stood and I cheered because we had fought so hard for that in the prior election. That close, eventful vote, so extremely important to refinancing Social Security for the first time in a generation, passed. And now Congress must meet its responsibility for the succeeding generation. The Speaker of the House back then was Tip O'Neill of Massachusetts, and we had a Republican president, Ronald Reagan. There had been a commission to preserve Social Security and Medicare before I became a member of Congress, and in the same way Congressman Larson has led this effort, this House had a member from Florida, Claude Pepper, who chaired the Aging Committee. They called him Red Pepper, and like Congressman Larson, he was a heart and soul Democrat from the inside and out, and just a great guy. We were able to move passage of the refinancing of Social Security for the next generation, and I knew that I had helped do that as a younger member. At that time, the country was also in deep recession, and we knew that Social Security as an earned benefit was paid through hard work, and it deserved to be lifted again. It also insures children whose parents or guardians have died. And 2/3 of families in my district rely on Social Security or Medicare benefits, and they are truly lifelines for millions of people. Medicare has worked too, and we need to do what is possible to make all health care more affordable for the American people. But we know the Social Security insurance program is something America can renew for all our families. We know it works, it's proven, and it lifts all boats. From an economic standpoint, to pull the rug out from under Social Security would cause not only harm to individuals, but economic harm in every congressional district in this country. People use Social Security to buy food, to pay their utility bills, to pay co-pays on their medical services, and for the basics of life. These aren't families that squander money, but they've earned retirement security, and they watch every penny. And we in Ohio want to express a special thanks to Congressman Larson for including in the bill the windfall elimination provision, which harms our working families so very much. This issue does not impact every single state, but believe me, it really impacts in Ohio. Again, I want to thank my colleagues for being here tonight with us, who champion protecting this earned benefit and social safety net. And I and all of us here stand with America's working people and retirees to protect and improve Social Security. Though each of us represents different communities, we all together represent America. And we know that with the unwavering leadership of Congressman John Larson, he will lead us to a day where Social Security 2100 is the law of the land. Thank you for your perseverance, Congressman John Larson, and for helping to move our nation forward to protect the hard-earned benefits for generations to come. And I yield back.
I want to thank the gentlelady from Ohio. Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time we have?
The gentleman has 20 minutes remaining.
We have 20 minutes remaining, and we have about 12 people who are sitting here, so I hope our colleagues are mindful of that. And with that, let me recognize the gentlelady from Texas, who has more than 98,000 Social Security recipients in her district, who receive more than $143 million monthly in that district, as we indicated just how vitally important Social Security is as an economic development plan as well. Sheila Jackson Lee.
Let me thank the distinguished gentleman from Connecticut. Long-serving, long-standing, and we have been together, Mr. Larson, on this issue, it has to be 2 decades. And I can only thank you for realizing that people will simply die, I'm going to say that, without the lifeline of Social Security. You have recognized that, and that's why we're in the fight. That's why we have to continue the fight. That's why we have to come back in the next Congress and get this done. Because if it's not done in this Congress, we must get it done We must get it done. And let me give you breaking news. Let me tell you why we are all on the floor while there are 12 and there are others on the floor previously. This is a national crisis. The House Republican Study Committee, a caucus of 176 House Republican members, has proposed multiple harsh cuts to Social Security in fiscal year 2024 budget. Although the budget is vague on details, they will be holding and may have held a press conference, and reporting has come out that they intend to cut your Social Security. They intend to violate the very special sacred trust. Yes, do violence to the sacred trust that from the days of President Roosevelt, every American, except those, of course, that were in some of the professions of people of color, that we had to fix. Every American felt that they could live, that they could survive because of Social Security. And I want to thank John Larson. I am glad that we are championing together the Social Security 2100 Act, and to be able to bring about an increase of benefits, 2% across the board on the average for all Social Security beneficiaries for the first time in 52 years. Improve the cost of living adjustment so it reflects inflation. Increases benefits to boost lower income seniors. Improve benefits for middle income widows and widowers. Restores the student benefits up to age 26. Increases access to benefits for children living with grandparents and other relatives. And celebrates repealing the windfall elimination provision, which means in the government pension offset that currently penalizes public servants. I can walk the streets of the 18th Congressional District when all of these hardworking public servants are saying, have you helped me? And I can say yes, and we end the 5-month waiting period. So, Mr. Larson, I'm here today to join in a vigorous support of the Social Security 2100 Act, and to be able to say that we are here because there is a crisis, because there is purposeful intent to snatch Social Security from the hands of beneficiaries, including children. And I want to stand with you in the passage of H.R. 2100 because I want the lifeline to continue. I want the story of President Roosevelt to continue in the hands of Americans, people of color, those who have started in life in a low income, and those who may end in life but a low income, but have as their lifeline Social Security. I'm standing with you, and I yield back my time.
I thank the gentlelady for her continued input and support over the last several decades, et cetera, and recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania who's been key as an original co-sponsor of the Social Security 2100 Act, and also for his passion about the people in his district who are in such need of Social Security, to make sure that it's there today, tomorrow, and in the future. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Cartwright.
I thank you, Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, will you yield for a quick question? It's my recollection, I could be wrong, but I think it was in the year 2014 that you first came out with Social Security 2100. Am I correct in that?
That is correct.
So here we are, 10 years on. I want you to know I was an original co-sponsor of that in 2014, and I'm proud to do it. And thank you for dreaming this whole idea up, because it's so important. We know that it's the retirement of the baby boom generation, this glut of population going into retirement, that's the problem. We know that 2035 is the current doomsday year when we're not able to pay 100 cents on the dollar on claims. We know that it's not a surprise that this has been coming, because we knew about the baby boom generation, and that's why you came up with this 10 years ago, because it's not a surprise, and we have to prepare for it. Mr. Speaker, I speak here on behalf not of myself, but of 176,000 beneficiaries of Social Security in my congressional district in northeastern Pennsylvania. The vast majority are seniors, and the answer is we can't do nothing. We know what happens if we do nothing and we just get closer and closer to the 2035 cliff or whatever year it's going to be. I'm sorry to say that if we do nothing, we end up with the Republican answer. And the Republican answer again and again and again is cut benefits and raise the retirement age. That's what happens if we do nothing. Cut benefits? Cut benefits. This is a program that is one of the most successful government programs. It's not even a government program. It's an insurance program. It's one of the most successful things that government has done for American citizens in the history of our republic. We have kept millions of people from dying in poverty as seniors in this country. We know that right now, in excess of 30% of seniors receiving Social Security benefits have no other visible source of support. So you take it away from them, and they will die in poverty. We know that probably the most outrageous thing of all is it breaks a promise if you cut benefits. The promise was that you work your whole life, you pay in the premiums in your FICA, you pay in your whole work life, and you will be protected from poverty in your senior years. This would break the promise to cut the benefits. Raising the retirement age, it's already been described as a cut. It is a cut. It's a change. All of a sudden, you have to work longer and longer and longer. To those of us who fly desks for a living, that's not that big a problem. But there are people who have to lift and carry and climb and dig. And to make them do these things into their senior years just because we refuse to do anything about this impending fiscal cliff, it's not right, it's not ethical, and it's not American. And every time you hear the words fiscal commission, oh, we should have a fiscal commission, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands on your wallets when you hear those words, fiscal commissions, because that's all they ever have proposed with fiscal commissions, cutting benefits and raising the retirement age. The right answer is Social Security 2100. We have to adjust the cap so it makes sense, so that it's egalitarian, so that all Americans are included, so that we can raise the benefits by 2% the first time in over 50 years. We have to adjust this cap. We have to pass this bill. We have to put people over politics and protect Social Security. Mr. Larson, I yield back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank you so much, and I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Lieu, followed by Mr. Norcross.
Thank you, Representative Lawson, for your terrific leadership on Social Security, and many people here have been hearing about Social Security 2100. I just want to talk a little bit about what is actually in this amazing bill. It increases a number of benefits, including increases benefits 2% across the board. It improves the cost of living adjustment, increases benefits to boost lower income seniors. It improves benefits for widows and widowers. It restores student benefits up to age 26. It increases access to benefits for children. It repeals a windfall elimination provision, ends a 5-month waiting period, increases benefits by an additional 5% for the most elderly, provides caregiver credits, and ends the disability benefit cliff. How does it do that? It does it by ensuring millionaires and billionaires pay their fair share, and it closes a loophole of avoiding FICA taxes, and it puts an investment income tax only for people making over $400,000. This is an amazing bill. It's time we pass Representative John Larson's Social Security 2100 to preserve Social Security for this generation and generations to come. And I yield back to Mr. Larson.
Much, I appreciate it, and giving our time constraints. I now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
Thank you, John Larson,
followed by Ms.
for
Titus.
being the voice of Social Security and the voice of the future. I rise today for almost 150,000 recipients in my district in southern New Jersey, the 1st District. To those American families who've worked hard, played by the rules, paid their taxes, as we all do. But for so many Americans, Social Security is all they have at the end of their career. Since 1935, Social Security has provided stability, security, and protection for America's seniors. That protection and stability is needed as we stare down that looming retirement security crisis. 2035, literally 100 years since Social Security started. 1 in 3 Americans have less than $5,000 saved. Fewer workers have access to a pension. Stagnant wages. It's harder for people to save. Rarely, I say, there's a good side or a bad side, because it's usually in the middle. Well, there is no gray here. Social Security is clear. We need to protect it and expand a system that saves seniors, or soon-to-be seniors. They expect a future. They earned a future where they can retire with dignity, and we need to work hard for them. While the GOP is once again threatening to cut Social Security for people who don't have anywhere else to go, the fear that our seniors are going through when you hear that fiscal commission, nothing short of cruelty. And that's why I'm proud to be a sponsor of John's Social Security 2100 Act. I will always fight for those seniors.
More than 40% of all Americans on Social Security, the only benefit that they receive is Social Security. And that's why the gentleman's point is so well taken. And with that, we're going to yield to the gentlelady from Nevada.
Well, thank you very much. I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Larson, the ranking member of the Social Security Subcommittee, for his leadership on this issue, for organizing this important special order to talk about the work that Democrats are doing to protect and expand Social Security, and thank him for doing a telephone town hall with me for the people in District 1 so they could ask questions about what is happening and how this measure would help. In my district, there are 113,000 Nevadans, that's District 1 in Las Vegas and Henderson, who rely on Social Security just to make ends meet. It represents the U.S. government at its very best. In fact, it is one of the most successful programs in our history, and it's vital that we protect it for future generations. Now, while we're here talking about what the Democrats want to do to protect and expand it, the Republicans, even as we speak, are continuing to threaten Social Security. Now, Mr. Johnson is new at his job of Speaker, but he is not new to this issue. As the former chair of the Republican Study Committee, he repeatedly called for Social Security benefits to be reduced. In fact, this year's Republican Study Committee budget would cut benefits by 13% and, at the same time, raise the retirement age to 69, providing seniors with fewer benefits for more work. Raising the retirement age would disproportionately harm low and middle income seniors who rely most heavily on Social Security, forcing them to delay their well-earned retirement, often from backbreaking jobs. Furthermore, the Republicans' terrible labor HHS appropriations bill would cut Social Security funding by 30%, closing 240 offices around the country and extending wait times for service. We cannot let Republicans do this and play games with your Social Security. That's why I'm very proud to be an original co-sponsor of Mr. Larson's bill. You have heard the ways that it protects and expands Social Security. We need to bring it up. We need to pass it, and I stand strongly in support of that. Thank you,
and I yield back. I thank the gentlelady from Nevada and recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Representative Larson, for bringing us together. Extremist Republicans are once again pushing to end Social Security as we know it, a critical program that supports 67 million people nationwide, 93,000 of them in my district. Make no mistakes, cutting Social Security will not help the average American, but instead it will line the pockets of wealthy corporations while seniors and children suffer. Americans work and pay their entire lives to access Social Security. It is their lifeline. Every single day, Mr. Speaker, I hear from Inland Empire residents asking to protect and expand Social Security. Just in 2022, when we gave an 8.7 COLA increase, which was, by the way, the largest increase since the Reagan era, my constituents were delighted to have this increase. This is what we must focus on, increasing benefits for the poor citizens that have paid into this program. They're not asking for a handout. They are asking for a program to be reaffirmed, and that is why I support the Social Security Act of the 2100 Act. Thank you, Mr. Larson, and I yield back.
Thank you so much, Representative, for coming to the floor. And now we'll recognize from the Susan Wild from the great state of Pennsylvania.
You know, it's interesting that during this special order hour on Social Security, it's only Democratic members of Congress who have volunteered to speak. Heck, this GOP-controlled Congress isn't getting anything else done, so why don't we take up Social Security 2100? I am proud to be a co-sponsor of Social Security 2100, and that I have been every single term that I've been here, because I believe that Social Security is a promise. You spend a lifetime working hard and paying into the system so that you can retire with some dignity and security. It's not just something that seniors depend on, it's something that they've earned. And they aren't getting rich on it. For most, it gives our seniors a bare-bone economic existence, but it's vital to them. That's why I have made it my mission to protect and strengthen this critical program. Protecting and strengthening Social Security means standing up to extremist proposals from the GOP, ones that have laid out cuts or privatization, proposals that called for sunsetting the programs every 5 years, and statements that suggest that we, quote, pull Social Security up by the roots and get rid of it. Outrageous. The GOP is hell-bent on destroying the only economic security that is available to most of our retirees. That's why we need Social Security 2100. This bill would increase benefits across the board for Social Security beneficiaries and would improve the cost of living adjustment formula for keeping up with inflation. Social Security 2100 would provide a tax cut for working and middle-class beneficiaries. It would end the waiting period for receiving disability benefits, and it would provide caregiver credits for all of those who have had to take time out of their careers to care for a loved one, and so much more. It is essential for millions of Americans. In my district, more than 166,800 people depend on Social Security. So I'm never going to stop working to protect and strengthen this program.
Gentlelady from
And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired.
May I beseech
Members are reminded to refrain from referencing occupants and guests in the gallery. Does the gentleman from Connecticut have a motion to adjourn?
Mr. Chairman, first I would appeal to your great instincts and patience, and thanks for this hour, but we actually have colleagues, at least 4 that are here, over 30 showed up. Would it be possible to yield them a minute apiece? I would make a motion to extend the time period to provide our colleagues a minute apiece.
1 minute each?
Yes.
So the chair cannot accept a motion to extend time, but can accept a motion for 1 minute speeches from each member present.
Well, then I would make a motion for a 1 minute speech from the remaining 4 members.
Is there objection? Does any member wish to be recognized for 1-minute speeches.
Mr. Chair, yes,
So for what purpose does the gentlelady seek recognition?
I rise and ask unanimous consent to address the...
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute, without objection.
Thank you, Congressman Larson, for your inspired and indefatigable leadership on this critical issue. As someone who represents nearly 100,000 Social Security beneficiaries in the Massachusetts 7th, and as a co-chair of the Task Force on Aging and Families, I'm so proud to be an original co-sponsor of your Social Security 2100 Act. This is a deeply consequential issue that stands to impact individuals from every walk of life, women, children, people of color, veterans, and our seniors who have earned the right to age in dignity. Yet too often, they tell me that doing so is becoming more and more difficult. They share their anxieties from living on a fixed income. They are skeptical of the long-term stability of a system they've paid into, paycheck after paycheck, their entire working lives. People like Mrs. Palmer, who lives in Boston and wrote my office saying that Social Security is a promise, and I agree, it is not merely a government program. Social Security is a promise to workers, to our elders, to the disabled, a promise to all people who seek to age with dignity. And we will keep fighting to keep that promise.
This time is expired. Does this gentleman... You are recognized for 1 minute, without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Social Security 2100 bill and thank Representative Larson for introducing it. Social Security is a promise. It is a promise that if you work hard and do the right thing and pay into the system during your career, you will be able to retire with dignity in this country. And unfortunately, too many of my colleagues are obsessed with trying to cut and undermine this vital program. They say there's not enough money in the trust fund. Well, many of them voted for $10 trillion of tax cuts that went primarily to the wealthy and to the biggest corporations just a few years ago. They could find $10 trillion for tax cuts for the people at the top, but then they claim they can't find any money to shore up the Social Security system. Here's the truth. We can increase cost of living adjustments, increase benefits for Social Security, and extend the life of the trust fund indefinitely by just asking the people at the very top to pay their fair share. And that's what this bill does. It asks the Elon Musks and Jeff Bezoses of the world to pay a fair share into the trust fund so that working people can retire in dignity. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise as a proud co-sponsor of the Social Security Act of 2100, a bill that will enhance Social Security benefits for the first time in 50 years and ensure this program's solvency for years to come. In my district, more than 157,000 retirees and families rely on Social Security as their primary source of income. And Social Security doesn't just help retirees. Almost 10,000 children and more than 20,000 disabled workers in my district depend on Social Security to meet their basic expenses. And Social Security was there when my mother-in-law, a stay-at-home mom, was suddenly widowed at 28 years old and left with 4 young children to raise on her own. Social Security was there to help her get through the tragic loss of her husband and to figure out how to support her young family. I stand in support of Social Security. I will stand up to any politician who wants to take away or reduce those earned benefits. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so very much for allowing us this opportunity. Wow. Is it really true, Mr. Speaker? Perhaps Mr. Larson has told me that the Republicans intend to put together some sort of a fiscal commission specifically designed to go after Social Security, to cut the benefits, and to really jeopardize the well-being of seniors now and future seniors? Could that possibly be correct? Apparently, it is. A secret fiscal commission. There's another way of doing it. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Larson has put together a proposal that would guarantee Social Security solvency for years to come. It would require that the super wealthy have to pay their fair share, and what's wrong with that? Nothing that I can think of. We can also actually increase the annual COLA by going to the Fair COLA bill, which was introduced by, wow, my bill. Mr. Larson, you have that in your bill. Good for you, good for the seniors, good for the future of America. We can do this correctly, Mr. Speaker, if Mr. Larson's bill 2100 would actually become law. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
First, Speaker Bean, to thank you for being so gracious and patient. That's what I think makes this body unique, is the care that people take for both sides of the aisle to express their opinion. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move the House do now adjourn.
The question on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate. We are adjourned.